Alright, I'm back now. I'm gonna... Hold on. There we go. You can see on my Switch activity all of the onlines, because they added Panel de Pawn, and I figured I might as well update all of them. They only take up, like, miniature space. They don't mean anything. Oh, fuck, I forgot to change the category. We're not doing Super BOBIDO World anymore. We're doing Ace Attorney. There we go. Oh, I should also put back in blind so people know not to spoil things. Please do not spoil things. There we go. Okay. Ace Attorney time. I'm pressing the A button. Spoil and face death penalty. Need to change my controller. I don't want to use the Joy-Cons. I'd prefer not to. So yeah, we're gonna do Ace Attorney now. I don't know how long we'll be doing Ace Attorney. Here's Trial Former. Spoil and you will have to share a cell on death row with Manfred von Karma. I almost said Manfred. That's not anything. How did the investigation go yesterday, Mr. Wright? Frankly, there are still a lot of, gray areas. Or rather, the whole thing is one big gray area. Don't worry about me, no matter what the outcome. I'm ready to accept my fate. I believe in you, sis. Mr. Wright, let me offer you a word of advice. Yes? A defense attorney should never believe their client. The defendant is called to trial because they are suspected of wrongdoing. Never forget that. Miss Sky, you remind me a lot of Mia. But there is one decisive difference between you and her. And that is, you're not a defense attorney. I believe it's almost time for the trial. Good luck, Mr. Wright. My first trial without a Fae helping me. No one's gonna bail me out this time. I'll be alone in there. So I have to discover the truth all by myself. Let's do it, Mr. Wright. I'll be with you the whole way. He really be pulling the I'm the one with the degree line. I mean, to be fair, that's what I like to do. If anyone has any, like, qualms with how I pronounce things, or how I like, speak in general, I'll just be like, I'm sorry, did you go to school for English? Because I did. I mean, I'm still in school for English, but that's more than you did. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Edgeworth. It's been 2 months, but I haven't been in a courtroom since his trial. Phoenix Wright takes, like, breaks after every single trial. Like, he waits, like, a good month or 2 before he takes another case. Is that how all lawyers operate? They just don't give a shit? They're just like, whatever, I'll take a month and a half off. I got paid mad money for being a lawyer. I will choose the path I think is right, regardless of what those around me might say. The judgment to be made here is in our own hands, not those of anyone else. Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. Your opening statement, please. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky has committed an unpardonable crime. Not only this, but she was rash enough to commit it in the prosecutor's office lot. Wow, he's much more forceful in person. I suddenly feel like confessing to everything. However, she will now pay for her rashness with her life. There was a witness to her crime. A professional witness. Well then, call your first witness, Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution calls its first witness, Miss Angel Starr, to the stand. Cough up, Queen. You know, isn't it a little suspicious when a crime only has one single witness? Like, would you necessarily trust what that one witness has to say and that one witness alone? Like, I feel like if you want to get a good idea of a crime scene, you need at least more than one witness, you know? And that second witness has to be, like, far removed from the first one. Am I crazy for thinking that? That just makes sense to me, you know? To be fair, Lana is also insisting that she's guilty. Fair enough.
Haven't I seen you somewhere?
You ordered the caviar lunch, right?
Oh, caviar! I've never eaten caviar before.
The judge is really wolfing it down. And for you, I have a Fiesta Bowl. Thanks. Will the witness state her name and profession? And you, sir. Did you order the fingerprint lunchbox? It is too early for lunch. Your name and profession, please. Well, Your Honor, how does it taste?
So this is why everyone raves about caviar. It's so tasty it hurts. I always thought caviar would taste like pickled tapo.
I don't know how to say that word, I'm sorry. What the heck does pickled tapioca taste like? Name, profession, now! Me, the name is Angel Star. Don't go forgetting it. I find myself running Lunchland these days. Is that what you wanted me to say, Mr. Edgeworth? Very well, witness. Please describe the incident to us.
The prosecution will wait. I'm not finished eating.
Hurry it up!
Very well, Mr. Edgeworth. As you know, we usually call on the police to provide a description of the crime.
Your Honor, as Mr. Edgeworth has said to the court, I am a professional.
Huh? What exactly does that mean?
Until 2 years ago, Miss Angel Star was a special investigator with the police. She was a first-rate homicide detective.
What? Miss Star was a detective? Ah-ha! I know who you are. Cough up.
Cough up, Queen Angel Star, Your Honor. Long time no see.
Very well. You may continue with the description, Miss Star.
Just who is this lady? If I may have the court's attention over here. It's so funny when everyone else in the court is falling over female witnesses. Edgeworth is just like, okay, can we please get back to business? Edgeworth has no time to waste. Guess who's watching Gondel again? Good. That's what you should be doing. The parking lot at the prosecutor's office is divided into 2 blocks. A block is for the prosecutor. A block is for the prosecutor's office personnel, not a block in general. Fucking idiot. B block is for visitors and clients. A chain divider separates the 2 blocks. I suppose that's to keep visitors from taking up prosecutors' spaces, yes? The crime took place by a car in the back of A block in the car's trunk. The killer with the victim with this knife and went to drive the body out. Edgeworth has no time for hoes. You know, I was gonna try and debate you, but most of the women who come into this court have been very, very promiscuous. Specifically, I'm thinking of the one girl. What was her fucking name from the stupid earlier case? The second case. What's her fucking name? Where she did, like, the cat faces at people. Yeah, the cat girl. April May? Yeah. Fuck that girl. Fuck her specifically. Angel Star is fine, but fuck April May specifically. Unfortunately for her, there was a witness, and an arrest was made on the spot.
And who was this valiant witness?
Why, it was me, Your Honor.
A witness, did you see the very moment of the crime?
This game likes tatas. Of course, Your Honor. Immediately after that, I apprehended the chief prosecutor.
It seems rather cut and dry, doesn't it? Well, Mr. Wright?
I can't agree on principle, Your Honor. It seems that some poor losers are unwilling to accept the truth, Your Honor. Shall I proceed to crush what little hope they have remaining?
If you can, then give them your worst, Miss R.
Wait, are they talking about me? Somehow, I always knew a day like this would come. I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend, when I sensed something. Perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. Through the wire fence, I saw the chief prosecutor standing next to a garish car. The chief prosecutor was holding a knife in her right hand, and then she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest.
Bringing a lunchbox to your boyfriend? How touching.
As you can see, there is no room for doubt.
The key point of your testimony seems to be nothing other than the point of the knife which you saw being stabbed into Detective Goodman.
So, how does it feel to be so utterly crushed? I'm still thinking about that.
It's merely a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. Monty Python. Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
Alright, let's pick apart your testimony. How did you know? I respect the prosecutor's basic abhorrence of crime, yet their methods are ugly and twisted. Twisted methods will always lead to tragedy. The lunch lady's uniformed opinion is duly noted. Given that they are used to erasing inconvenient evidence at their whim. Killing off a detective that knew too much is merely an extension of that.
Miss Starr, do you have something personal against prosecutors?
I felt that I had found my dream job when I became an investigator. And if I hadn't been laid off by those prosecutors over there, I'd still be one.
Laid off?
She was fired. To me, prosecutors are nothing more than worms. That said, I am a pro, as you know. My testimony is unbiased and flawless.
Very well. You may continue, Miss Starr.
I was on my way to deliver a lunchbox to my boyfriend. This boyfriend, he's the detective? Not that boyfriend, the security guard.
That boyfriend? You have several.
Yes, this boyfriend, that boyfriend, and the other boyfriend. Care to join? The yet another boyfriend position is still open for applicants.
I'll stick with the lunches, thanks.
I don't like that he's had to... Yeah. That's literally what I was gonna say. Note to self, the judge had to think before replying. Emma Skye was, in that exact moment, was thinking exactly what I was thinking. The security guard room is in the lot in A block. It's up on the second level, so you can see everything from there. That would be the room with the security sign. Incidentally, did you bring your lunchboxes by the car? Since I'm a visitor now, I parked in B block. So, she was in B block when she witnessed the crime. When I sensed something, perhaps it was my finely honed detective's intuition at work. You sensed something, so you're saying you had a premonition of the murder. It felt like, how would you say? Oh yes. It was like the feeling you get when you view a pumpkin chock full of seeds.
I have no idea what that means.
Speaking of a detective's intuition, wasn't the victim Mr. Bruce Goodman also a detective? Yes, well, he was like a young cheese.
A young cheese?
A pale white cheese, not yet tangy with the experience on the streets. A greenhorn.
Then I must be hard, yellowed, and sharp as a tack.
Yeah, with the odor of an old cheese to match. In any case, there in the lot, I felt something stirring in the back of my mind. This has some of my favorite dialogue so far. I'm really enjoying this back and forth everyone's having. This is some great stuff. By garish car, you mean? Mr. Edgeworth's car, yes.
Mr. Edgeworth's?
Incidentally, the knife with which the victim was stabbed was also Mr. Edgeworth's, wasn't it? Indeed it was.
What an odd case this is. And the person you saw, you are sure it is the defendant?
I saw her from no further than 30 feet away. I'm certain it is her. If she's telling the truth, we're doomed. Let's just do what we can. Even if we don't have any proof, we can always nitpick. Witness, in your testimony, you clearly stated the following. Prosecutors are nothing more than worms. Ergo, you are a biased witness. You might want to keep those silly opinions to yourself in the future, rookie. Huh? Rookie? Unless you're willing to risk the consequences of doubting me. I'll fry you like a fritter. Crispy on the outside, chewy on the inside.
That was inspiring.
I believe I've heard that tagline elsewhere. You could cry plagiarism? I may be relegated to the lowly post of lunch lady, but my instincts are hooked.
A photograph? You took this?
The moment I witnessed the crime, my reflexes took over and snap. I took a picture. In fact, one of my lunch boxes is rigged with a camera. I suppose that's more exciting than just hanging it around your neck. Witness, why am I only seeing this photograph just now? You think I'd show it to you, a prosecutor? Think again. My boyfriend works in the photography division of criminal affairs.
Well, this most certainly is the defendant.
Uh-oh, that is unmistakably Lana Sky. So, what was the defendant doing at the time? This is not looking good. Tell me more about this knife that the suspect was carrying. Well, I'd say the blade was about 4 inches long. Is that right, Mr. Edgeworth? It is your knife, after all. Yes, that's right. Prosecutors are, by nature, well-versed in the location of a man's vital organs. I'm sure it was easier than boiling an egg for my egg salad surprise set.
You can't testify to her ability to kill an egg. I mean a person.
Perhaps a chicken salad set would be a better metaphor. So, the defendant was holding a knife. What then? Then, she thrust the pointy tip of the knife into Detective Goodman's chest. Tell the court why you didn't try and stop this crime. You did see her raise the knife to strike, no?
The defense has a point.
Unfortunately, by the time I realized what was going on, it was already too late. Too late? Yes. The next moment, the chief prosecutor brought down the murder weapon. I see. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? Scientifically speaking, Miss Starr's testimony is, flawless. Sounds pretty fatal to me. What do we do? Is this it? Is my sister guilty? Let's just keep our heads cool and press the witness a bit, shall we? For some reason, having her panic next to me makes me calmer. Don't smile like that! Emma really likes Monty Python. No, yeah, that was the cause of death. It was a chest wound. Okay, so that doesn't work. Okay. I didn't realize that was new dialogue that was going on. Alright. I have no fucking clue. Wait. I didn't mean to present. And you witnessed this. You saw Miss Sky stab the victim with a knife. As I've already said, yes. I swear on my finest salmon swirl lunch.
I'm sure that is a fine lunch.
But isn't that odd? Look at this photograph. This is the photograph you took of the very moment of the crime, is it not? Then why is Miss Sky not holding a knife?
Ahem. Mr. Edgeworth, your thoughts?
Objection. That had to be the weakest objection ever, Edgeworth. Yet it was still stronger than your ever-feeble mind, Mr. Wright.
What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
This photograph was not taken the moment before the stabbing. It was taken the moment after the stabbing. And how can you tell that? Blood splatter.
Huh?
See the dark crimson stains on the chief prosecutor's coat? But it's a black and white photograph.
Ah, yes, it's hard to tell, but this could be blood.
Well, Mr. Wright, I see no problem here. No problem except you.
Mr. Wright, are you going to just sit there and take that kind of abuse?
You got a better idea? Why is the judge written like this? He's just an old fart. Wait, that contradicts what the witness said in her testimony. Namely, that she took the picture the moment she witnessed the crime. Well, it seems like I was slightly unclear. My apologies. That's it? If you run out of lunch, you order seconds. Problem solved. And you don't like it, try ordering the jumbo-sized lunch from the get-go. Good advice. I'm not sure I understood it, but good advice. I didn't have time to stop her. Prosecutor Sky was cold, calculating, like a robot. She killed without pain or remorse. It was a premeditated murder. Premeditated? How do you know? Look at the chief prosecutor's hands in that photograph.
Well, are those gloves?
Surgical gloves made of thin rubber, most likely. Why would she have those on? If it was not premeditated, she would not have been wearing those gloves.
Those gloves do seem to tell the tale of a premeditation.
Premeditated murder. A serious offense.
Witness, add this to your testimony.
What if she was just in the habit of wearing gloves, like driving gloves? The gloves were admitted as evidence when the defendant was arrested. They were rubber gloves of the kind they used for autopsies. In other words, when the chief prosecutor came to the crime scene, she came to do murder. It's the only possible conclusion one can make. Everything was planned. It was a premeditated crime.
Impressive. I'm sorry they took you off the force, Miss Starr.
This is bad. She's got them all thinking it was planned. If she can prove this claim, the trial's already over. I've got to think of a way to show this wasn't premeditated. It's only a flesh wound, Mr. Wright. We can make it. You said that before. Anything else? We already did that dialogue. I think we have something that could probably dispute this. That didn't work. Alright, this doesn't help because we didn't get anything from the phone. No. It has to do with the rubber gloves, I think. Something here contradicts the rubber gloves. Not the stub. Not the little note. Wouldn't she have thought to bring her own murder weapon? Oh. Oh. Witness, do you know what this is? Are you trying to test me? I sell boxed lunches for a living, you know. That's a knife. The knife. The knife that was in Mr. Edgeworth's trunk. Indeed, it is my knife.
What's with this case? The bloody murder weapon. The defendant is the chief prosecutor for the district, right? Mommy, are prosecutors bad people?
The defense has a request. We ask that the witness provide an accurate testimony. What's that, rookie? In your testimony, you stated that Lana Skye planned this murder, and that's why she was wearing those special gloves.
It seems like a natural conclusion to me. The gloves do intricate planning.
However, why would she also not prepare the most important thing? The murder weapon? Oh. This knife just happened to be in the trunk of that car. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to plan a murder, you don't forget the weapon. Ah! Bring your child to a murder trial day.
Order! Order! Order!
Great. Now the time? Oh, thank you for delivering Luigi to me. I want everyone to know that Luigi was delivered back to me successfully. Luigi played Uno with Emily and Amanda. Luigi's back in my grasp now. Great, now the tide is turning in our favor. Great show, Mr. Wright. My sister's as good as free. Right. I believe the next lunch you'll be eating is humble pie. Ooh, what? I hope you weren't diluting yourself into thinking that the tide has turned. Not over such a trifling detail. But this shoots a hole in the whole premeditated theory. Bah! The prosecution could care less if it was premeditated or not. Taking a drink. So excuse me. The only one who seems to care is that lunch lady over there. The defendant, Lana Skye, murdered a detective with a knife. That is the only thing the prosecution needs to prove, nothing else. Very good, Mr. Prosecutor. I suppose you think you're clever now? But you know as well as I do that she planned on killing him. It was planned. If it wasn't, why would she be wearing...
I believe I'd like to hear your testimony again.
Witness, please tell us only what you saw, not what you thought. How dare you? My powers of deduction are not to be underestimated. Really now? I find you more and more suspicious, Miss Angel. Lana Skye intended to murder Detective Goodman. That's why she called the victim all the way to the prosecutor's office. I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against the victim. Nothing else could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again.
The victim was summoned from the police department to the prosecutor's office. It does sound a lot like premeditation, doesn't it?
So, if I ordered a pizza, does that mean I'm planning to kill the delivery boy?
In any case, the defense may now cross-examine the witness.
If you have such great deductive powers, then why are you not a detective anymore? You've said that, but you haven't told us how you know. That's what I'm about to tell you, rookie.
I believe what she said is just a mere prelude to the story she is about to tell. Try not to interrupt her again.
Rookie. Never interrupt a storyteller. It's like pulling a bun out of the oven half-baked. Something half-baked here, alright, and it's you. Try not to confuse the defense witness. They're not very quick on their feet. Now, why did you believe the suspect had intentions to murder the victim? Her actions speak for themselves. I'm gonna save also, in case I get penalized for pressing. You have no proof that Miss Sky called him there. You have no proof that she didn't.
Mr. Edgeworth, thoughts?
There is no record of a call made on the defendant, Miss Lana Sky's phone. She might have written him a letter.
Come on, you could have tried public phone first at least.
In any case, the victim came to the prosecutor's office where he was murdered.
I'm sure he had a reason to be there. Witness. Why do you think it was the suspect who had summoned the victim that day?
I'm sure the chief prosecutor had a grudge against him. I don't think I buy that. Hold on. This is a stretch, maybe, but... No, yeah, it was a stretch. I was thinking, wasn't the award given out that day? I might be remembering wrong. Okay, it has nothing to do with that. Alright, I tried. I tried. What kind of grudge? Well, I wouldn't know that. Of course you don't. That's because she didn't have a grudge. Rookie. I have a lunchbox here. Now, what's inside? How am I supposed to know? See, we agree there is a lunchbox here, but we don't know what's inside. A person's life is like a lunchbox with pretzels. Don't you agree?
I get it. That's why my lunch was so salty.
The judge isn't very good with metaphors. The suspect had a grudge against Detective Goodman. Will you tell us your basis for thinking this? It's simple. Nothing could drive that human machine to plunge the knife in again and again. Wait! Wait a minute. You say she stabbed him again and again, but you couldn't have witnessed that. Are you testing me? Then I'll test you. With my moss surprise, I'm afraid the moss is growing under our feet as we wait, Miss Starr.
What do you mean?
I shouldn't have to explain this, but take a look. The autopsy report states that the death was due to a loss of blood from one stab wound.
Aha, you're right.
They might as well just have Phoenix say, I don't think it's this one when you choose the wrong evidence if you can just endlessly reload. I assume in the original releases you couldn't just keep reloading. Being penalized doesn't really matter anyway until you reach the end of the bar. I mean, maybe you could have gone willy-nilly with the saving in the originals. I don't know.
Aha, you're right. Good show, Mr. Edgeworth. What a hunk. He's my hero, really.
What about my objection? Nobody noticed?
Well, witness?
You got the crime scene set yet, right?
Oh, thanks.
I always believed that no one could ever mistake ketchup for blood. But now I realize that such mistakes are possible. So, you're saying you mistook something for blood? When she lifted her knife, I thought I saw blood at her breast. Splattered blood from her victim. That's why I thought she must have stabbed him twice.
Then tell us what you saw that you thought was blood. Testify.
Her red muffler looked like blood to me. That's how ghastly the whole scene was.
What?
But... Miss Starr, I demand an explanation. The witness is clearly not suited for detective work. What? The suspect was not wearing a scarf or muffler of any kind when she stabbed the victim. And you've proved it yourself with this photograph. Huh? But that can't be! Only a professional lunch lady could be so utterly careless. Congratulations. Perhaps you finally found your true calling in life.
Harsh words, but good.
In the end, Mr. Edgeworth prevails. What, was my objective chop liver? But it was there, a scarf. No, not that, but something red, really. Well now, where are we? The witness has given us an entertaining interlude, but back to business. What?
Very well, witness. Continue your testimony. You saw the crime and apprehended the suspect. Tell us about that.
Very well. I do remember some things accurately, at least. Ultimately, we couldn't shake the most important part of her testimony.
The most important part?
The part where your sister stabs the victim? This next testimony might just be the moment of truth. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me so confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile.
You are quite determined about this scarf, aren't you?
I strike like a snake and bite like a cobra. That's me, Angel Star. That wasn't a very good metaphor. First of all, a cobra is a kind of snake. Don't bother me with details unless you want to get bitten. No thanks. Note to self, Mr. Wright is weakness against poisonous snake bites. Emma Sky, I think you should put an extra note in there that says most people are weak to poisonous snake bites. The chief prosecutor tried to resist, but her efforts were in vain. She knocked my hands aside and kicked over an oil drum. An oil drum, hard to imagine. Oh, she's beautiful but deadly. A predator, this one. A leopard woman. I'm not doing a leopard sound effect out loud. That would just embarrass me, it would embarrass you. I don't want to embarrass myself in front of my penis viewers.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you will.
Do it. No. But I have a trained professional. I know a trained professional in doing cat noises. I could put him on the phone. Do you want me to put the guy on the phone? Okay, I'm calling him right now. Here he is. That was my guy, Revolver Ocelot. That's all you're getting. After the murder, the suspect attempted to run behind a partition off to her side. I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my earlier testimony. The chief prosecutor made to escape, but against Angel Star, resistance is futile. So where's the partition on the plans? I'm pretty sure she means this wall next to the car. That's right. There was a wall there, about 6 feet high. She was obviously trying to hide herself. Quite a natural thing for a criminal to do. And what did you do then? I quickly caught her, explained her rights to her, and arrested her on the spot. You say quickly. Were you close to the suspect? As I just said, I was only 30 feet away from her the whole time. Maybe I should press her on more details. I'd like to see this on the floor plans, just to be safe. The Lunchland car was... She was a visitor, thus she was parked in B block, so you witnessed the murder from here.
That would make it about 30 feet from the car, yes?
Is that correct, Miss Star? Yes, that's right.
But there was a chain link fence in front of you.
I went over it, of course.
Amazing! The cough-up queen, lunch lady athlete indeed.
It would have taken her a little time to climb over the fence, so she couldn't have gotten to my sister that fast. Yeah, that fence was about 9 feet high, too. So how did Miss Sky not get away? Very suspicious. I'm going to see if I can present anything. Well, I saw the chain link fence in that photo, so no, not that. Okay, no, never mind. She mentioned the muffler. What exactly did she say? If I remembered exactly, I would have told you in my testimony. Cheeky. Anyway, all I heard was her say the word muffler.
Just that one word?
So, what you heard wasn't the suspect talking to you, but to someone else? Yes, the chief prosecutor was talking on her phone. Her phone? She can't mean... Wait a minute. By phone, do you mean the cell phone discovered at the crime scene? Yes, ultimately. Ultimately? My memory. It's like a salmon heading upstream, you see.
No, the court doesn't see, Miss Star.
The chief prosecutor first attempted to use the phone hanging on the wall.
On the wall?
That's right! Next to the car, there was an emergency phone on the wall. Apparently it was out of order.
So, she used her cell phone?
Indeed, the emergency phone was out of order that day.
Good witnessing, witness.
Good witnessing? Whatever happened to good testifying?
You should, of course, add this to your testimony.
The things I do to please this rookie defense attorney. Do you think you could restate your testimony for the court?
Aha! I was going to ask the same thing.
I'll only say this one time, so listen close, rookie. The chief prosecutor stabbed the victim and ran behind the partition. Then she picked up the emergency phone on the wall, but it was out of order. So she pulled her own cell phone out of her pocket. And during that time, you climbed over the...
And during that time, you climbed over the chain link fence.
Then, when I boldly grabbed her arm, the chief prosecutor hung up her phone. And you saw her doing this. What is it, Mr. Wright? I think it had something to do with that. I'll press her on this, but I think it had something to do with the last statement. She made to escape. Can you be more specific? She brushed aside my hand and ran. It was a terrible sight to see, like a dollop of lard on a pâté à foie gras. Huh? She even kicked over an oil drum at me. An oil drum.
There was an oil drum lying on its side at the scene of the crime.
But it's strange.
What's that?
If she wanted to escape, why didn't she run the other way?
The other... Ah! The parking lot entrance.
That's right. It doesn't make any sense that she would run from behind the partition to the oil drums. Excellent. More mysteries. I wish we could solve a few before finding more, though. So Miss Sky tried to run. I'm sorry my sister is so suspicious, Mr. Wright. Not as sorry as I am. But she didn't do it. You have to believe me. I mean... Angel's not gonna be vibing anymore very soon. What do I do here? Think about which part of the statement could not be possible given the circumstances. To be honest, most of this shit seems wishy-washy to me. Wait. But you couldn't have seen it because there was a wall in the way. Miss Star, I have to conclude that you have a personal grudge against Miss Lana Skye. The witness is a former detective. Her testimony is unmarred by personal bias. Well, who would have thought you would be my shining knight in armor, prosecutor? You know, you who, together with the chief prosecutor, kicked me out 2 years ago. Well, Miss Star, there is a fatal contradiction with your testimony. How do you explain this? I don't know what you're talking about. Mess with me, and I'll make you cough it all up. Let's look at the floor plans. You said you witnessed the crime from this point. However, if that's true, you couldn't have possibly seen Miss Skye making that phone call. I believe you see what I'm getting at. That emergency phone was on the backside of this partition. If indeed you were in B block, you couldn't have seen it. Ah! Order! What is the meaning of this? It's simple, Your Honor. She's not coughing up lunch, she's coughing up lies! Ugh. That's quite a claim, Mr. Wright. Perhaps you will allow me to a question? Tell us exactly what lie this witness has told the court. Here's where the counterattack begins. I can't afford to get this wrong. She lied about what she saw. In other words, she didn't see Miss Skye using that emergency phone.
It does seem hard to imagine how she could have. Very logical.
What's the matter, Star? Cat got your lunchbox? Mr. Wright, I hate to bother you while you're celebrating your victory, but why would Miss Star lie like that, huh? Why would she say that my sister had tried to use the phone but failed? Doesn't make a sense. Why lie about something so insignificant? Oh, dang, she's right. I mean, maybe she really did try to use the emergency phone. Oh, I fucked up then. Miss Skye tried to use the emergency phone, but it was out of order. Wait. No, yeah. Nothing. Therefore, it would be pointless for Miss Star to lie about it.
Pointless to lie, I see.
But say the witness did actually see Miss Skye using the emergency phone. It would mean Miss Star witnessed the crime from a different location. A different location? Now that's a pointless lie if I ever heard one. Before you call my lie pointless, at least let me tell it.
Let me ask a question for our clever wordsmith, Mr. Wright.
Just where was the witness when she saw the crime? All the testimony we've heard until now points in one direction. The place from where Miss Star witnessed the crime. It had to be somewhere here. What do you guys think? Remember her reason for being there. True. So she would be by the security room. This is the only place where she could have been.
The security guard room?
Indeed, the security guard room in the underground parking lot is well positioned. It's built on the second floor so you can see the entire lot.
She would have been able to see the emergency phone from there. But why there? There are many other places where she could have seen the phone.
Not in this case, Your Honor. The witness, not being part of the prosecutor's office, couldn't park in A block. The only place where she could have seen the crime in the back of the partition is here. I remember in your testimony you said you brought a lunch to your boyfriend in the security guard room, yes? Well, Miss Starr, how many years have I been getting the better of men to think that the tables could be turned? Today, a man has gotten the better of Angel Starr.
Order! Order! Witness! What have you done? You used to be a detective. You should know better.
I'm not turning back. The guilty will be punished. And I'll do what I must to make sure justice prevails. The guilty? Is she talking about Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, doesn't this strike you as odd? Why did Miss Starr lie? It doesn't make sense, huh? She could have just said she saw the crime from the security guard station. It wouldn't change anything. Exactly. This photograph tells all. It was the defendant who stabbed the victim. That truth still stands. It still stands? I disagree, Mr. Edgeworth. What? If a witness is found to be lying, they're guilty of perjury. She knows this. She wouldn't risk that without a good reason.
So, tell us what her reason was, Mr. Wright.
Huh? Me?
Who else?
Mr. Wright, let's review what we know. Let's save. Miss Starr witnessed the crime from the security guard station, but she lied and said she saw it from B block. It must make a vital difference, but what? Not a difference in lighting. I mean, distance to crime and angle of crime. Those both change, but which one is vital? Which one is absolutely crucial? Also, hi wife, welcome back. Ugh. Ugh. Which one changes her actions afterwards? Man, I'm too dumb as fuck. You gave a really good hint and I'm too dumb. I guess we could just shoot the shit. We could just shoot the shit. We have a save. Why, the angle at which she saw the crime occur would change.
The angle? What do you mean?
Oh, well, the security station is... Okay, this is definitely not it if Phoenix is like, It changes the distance between her and the scene of the crime. My condolences, Mr. Wright, but one look at the floor plans and it's quite clear. The distance between the scene of the crime and the guard station is 30 feet. I don't see how that would change what she could see. What she saw is not in question here. What matters is the time it would take her to reach the scene of the crime. Miss Starr, you witnessed the crime from the security guard station. Now, how long did it take you to go from there to the scene of the crime where you arrested Miss Sky?
Well, witness?
You. Yes? You ordered the squid wheels, right? The quality of my lunches has gone from low to inedible. I was bringing a PB&J lunch with my fresh boysenberry jam to my boyfriend.
Boysenberry for the boyfriend.
He wasn't in the station, so I waited. I witnessed the crime from the glass-walled station. Wait a minute. No, I mean, she probably could have seen through the wall. Maybe? No, wait. But the door was locked. I couldn't open it. That seems like a hell of a trek to make just to see a crime. That's why I had to go through the visitors parking in B block.
That's quite a detour.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It probably took me at least 5 minutes to get to the scene of the crime.
5 minutes? This changes things considerably.
But it was that woman over there in the defendant's chair who stabbed him. I know it. I have photographic evidence. I swear it. I swear it on my finest plastic spork.
You have a point. The spork is a wonderful invention.
Would you like another caviar lunch?
Absolutely.
Uh-oh. Mr. Wright, you have to do something. Do I have any evidence to stop this? I think we do. This seems very suspicious. 5 minutes between the witnessing of the murder and the arrest. Think about it. You could have made a pasta in that amount of time, if you like it al dente. I've got lunch boxes that tie pasta into knots, rookie. 5-minute blank. Isn't that strange? Strange. If you were a criminal, what would you do with 5 minutes, Your Honor?
Well, I guess I'd flee the scene. Hey! Don't get the right idea. I didn't kill anyone.
But you have the instincts of a killer. You would run, but this time was different. Miss Sky dawdled at the scene of the crime. She even had her picture taken. No true criminal would act this way. It's inconceivable. Yes, he did. Judge killed someone. Who did he kill?
Well, it seems like we're at the end of this testimony. The witness has a grudge against the defendant and a blank in her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, is the next witness ready to go?
Unfortunately, I appear to have overestimated this witness on account of her professional history. We did it! We screwed that can shut, Mr. Wright! Ugh, that was too close. He's the final culprit in Ace Attorney 9.
I'm afraid the cough-up queen has been dethroned. And with that, court is adjourned.
Yeah! Mr. Edgeworth, you ordered the squid wheels, right? That's the one she tried to foist off on me. I prefer to not take the defense team's leftovers. Anything else to say? I might be able to save you. I have decisive evidence.
What was that?
Is this another one of her trick lunchboxes?
My apologies, but we have no further questions for you, Miss Angel Star.
Is this your jumbo lunchbox?
Woohoo! A triple-decker! Out of deference to the witness's determination, I'll allow one more testimony. Let's hear about this decisive evidence.
Like the Lunchland motto says, you won't be disappointed. What's she going to pull out of her lunchbox this time? I should have mentioned those 5 minutes when I wasn't looking at the crime scene. And now, to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? The 2 types of blood were found on this shoe. One, of course, was the victim's, and the other blood type matched that of the defendant, Miss Lana Skye. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. Why is her blood on it? Why is Lana Skye's blood herself on it? What?
What? There was blood found on that shoe?
Try Lunchland for all your lunch and decisive evidence needs. Witness, what's the meaning of this? Why is this the first time I've heard of this evidence? Simple. As I've already said, I don't trust you with evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. That's why I took the liberty of investigating this myself. And you had blood test performed. Didn't I mention? I have 3 boyfriends in forensics. In any case, Your Honor, I can't accept this as evidence. What? You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. In other words, this shoe is illegal evidence, at least for the time being. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth sure is celebrating. Man, Edgeworth keeps getting, like, terrible witnesses, and he takes immense pleasure in ruining his witnesses. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. Don't forget, I used to be a detective. As I mentioned previously, this shoe had already been tested by a member of the forensics department. As you can see, it was approved by the police department as of today. Even the general public can produce official evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. Edgeworth is looking pretty sullen. You could have at least studied some evidence law, really.
Prosecution's complaints notwithstanding, it appears that this evidence satisfies the first rule of evidence law. However, it seems you have yet another count against you, witness.
Anything to ensure that the guilty are properly judged. I don't get why it would have Lana Sky's own blood on it.
Very well, Mr. Wright. You may cross-examine the witness.
How did Phoenix test the bar exam? Phoenix just bases what he thinks is legal by Edgeworth's expressions. How did someone call me? I got a random-ass phone call. Hold on. I have to check this voicemail. If it's a scam call, I'm gonna be very upset, so I'm not even gonna take a BRB. If it's a fucking scam call, you'll know. It's like, they were telling me this is not a sales call. What is it then? Who are you people calling me? I'm gonna look up this phone number on Google. Because they keep... This is the second time they've called me. And they're telling me about some technology shit. If this isn't, like... fucking Tesla calling me. Actually, if Tesla was calling me and, like, it was Elon Musk asking for me, then I'd be very upset. I would not want to be called by the king of Reddit. It's Baldy? Okay. Oh, it's a University of Chicago's energy study. Oh, so it's... Apparently it's from the University of Chicago asking me. Doing a survey, then? I don't know why they need to survey me specifically. That's some nerd shit. I don't even... How did they get a fucking phone number of some rando in New York? Someone was just like, oh, you need to do a survey, University of Chicago? Here's some fucking chump from New York. I guess if you're a university, you could get, like, anyone's phone number, but still. That seems like, why bother at that point? I guess to get a bigger, like, field of view? Get all sorts of opinions? I don't know, it just seems weird to me. Why did you lie about those 5 minutes? I guess you could say I just wanted people to look at the results. The results? How many times do I have to say this? I saw the chief prosecutor stab the victim before my very own eyes. Compared to that, a 5-minute blank means nothing. Then why didn't you just tell the truth? Don't make me laugh. We're dealing with the most untrustworthy of the vile lot known as prosecutors. Falsified evidence, arranged testimonies, erasing and manipulating evidence. When you fight monsters, you need to use every trick in the book. This is when the suspect is admitting she did it.
But false testimony is the most despicable crime of all, Miss Starr. Let's just get this over with.
And now to the matter of the victim's shoe. Did I not bring this up? You literally didn't. And you found the shoe at the scene of the crime. I detained the chief prosecutor and notified the police department. I wanted to make myself useful while I was waiting for the police to arrive. So, like an ill-trained pooch, you snuck off with a shoe. I was afraid someone would erase the chief prosecutor's crime. This shoe is my secret weapon if that should happen. See this fashionable basket I have here? It carries more than lunchboxes, gentlemen. I'm happy for you and your lunchbox bag, really.
In any case, you removed valuable evidence from the scene of the crime. Now, tell us what you did next.
2 types of blood were found on the shoe. One, of course, was the victim's. So you brought it to the forensics department. If you're going to submit something as evidence, you need it approved. To do that, evidence must be analyzed by a forensics expert. And she got away with her little coup because she used to be a detective. I read in any case in Teriyaki Yoko's voice.
The shoe does appear to have bloodstains on it.
Well, the man was stabbed after all. And the blood belonged to the victim, Detective Goodman. As I said, there were 2 types of blood found on the shoe. You can't say for sure the blood belonged to the defendant with a blood test. You claim to know something about blood tests, rookie. Huh. Well, speak up. Well, blood comes in 4 types, A, B, O, A, B. However, you can't tell from a blood test whether a murder was committed in cold blood.
That's just a figure of speech, Mr. Wright.
Actually, we can differentiate between millions of types with all the blood tests out there, which means we can more or less narrow any sample of blood down to just one person. Oh, or so I hear. That's pretty specific. If I had a little more time, I would have gotten DNA test results. But they said there's very little doubt it could be anyone else's but Miss Lana Skies.
So the suspect's blood was found on the victim's shoe.
That ties her directly to the death of Detective Goodman. I was afraid he was gonna say that. This shoe proves it. It's flawless, decisive evidence. I can't let this evidence go through without a fight. You ordered a peppered fish guts, right? Some like it hot, Mr. Wright. Some like your client. She's in enough hot water to make a whole vat of soup. Mr. Wright, do you or don't you have a problem with this shoe? A problem? This is critical. Yeah, there's a problem with the fucking shoe. Why is her own blood on it? If I'm not imagining things, I'd say there is one critical problem with this evidence. A clear contradiction. That gleam in your eyes. You're still young, rookie. I'd give you a peppered fish gut now, but you couldn't take it to the heat, could you?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has to say. What is contradictory about the victim's shoe? Show us the problem with this evidence.
Oh, it's the blood itself. The problem with the evidence is here.
Where?
Take that finger and point it at your own head, Mr. Wright. I was pointing... I pointed it at the blood. I guess that wasn't it. Let's be scientific about this. Examine the evidence. There's more blood. Oh! I wonder if you noticed, there's blood on the bottom of this shoe. Don't mess with me, rookie, or I'll be your blood on the bottom of my shoe.
Indeed, there is quite a bit of blood on the bottom of the shoe.
It makes sense. The victim was stabbed with a knife. What could possibly be contradictory about the blood on the bottom of the shoe? There's blood in the box. There's blood inside this box. What's contradictory about this? We're getting there. But I'm gonna have to redo this if I get this wrong. check the photo. Wait a minute. No, wait. Well, that was his shoe. Wait. That was his shoe. That's weird that he has her blood on it. Where could it have come from? I'm guessing your shoe has a bit of blood on it too. You just shot yourself in the foot. Man, tough ground. Ah. To start from the start. Didn't Lana have a cut on her hand? Take a look at where the crime happened at the state of the floor where the blood would have presumably picked up. I am not getting whatever hint you're saying. This probably makes complete sense. It is going completely over my head. No blood on the floor. Oh. You're right, that is a bit weird. The problem lies in the footprint. The footprint. Note the bottom of the victim's shoe is covered in blood. Then, isn't it strange? Why aren't any bloody footprints found by the scene of the crime? Aha! As you can see, there were no traces of any such footprints at the scene of the crime. That contradicts your claim about this shoe. The picture only shows part of the floor, so there could have been bloody footprints. Then where are they, Mr. Edgeworth? Because we checked the scene and found nothing of the sort.
Order! 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 Well, witness?
What? Huh? Great going, Mr. Wright, but it's true that there is the lack of footprint is a contradiction, but then we have to ask why there wasn't a footprint. Oh.
That's true. There has to be a reason why there wasn't a footprint.
Think, Mr. Wright, think. Hey, I don't know why it's not there. I'm just good at finding contradictions. Well, he's nothing if not honest. What? I see. Now I get it. Get what? Our witness is more devious than I gave her credit for. We were hoodwinked to the very end. But she slipped. There's one vital hint to the truth in her testimony.
What are you talking about?
Think back when she told us about apprehending the suspect. I thought that was a strange thing for the normally cool-headed chief to do. No kidding. Now, witness, allow me to ask a very simple question. This oil drum, was it empty? Oh, that? I'm not sure I like your attitude, Mr. Edgeworth. Though apparently you're not the slowest conveyor belt in the lunchbox factory.
Witness! Well, was the oil drum empty?
The oil drum, kicked over by the chief prosecutor, was brimming with water. Water? What does that mean? Still don't get it, Mr. Wright? Do you want to know the real reason she knocked it over?
Aha! You don't mean...
Yes, the suspect knocked over the oil drum for one reason and one reason alone. To erase the bloodstains that would become evidence against her. Ah!
That ties things up quite nicely. The bloodstains left on the victim's shoe tie her quite closely to this murder. Then, after the deed was done, she knocked over the oil drum to erase the telltale signs.
Why, that's the prosecutor's specialty, erasing evidence. That reminds me, Miss Sky's right hand was hurt. Didn't she say she'd cut herself when she stabbed him? So that's when my sister's blood got on the shoe?
Well, I see no reason to prolong this trial.
Mr. Wright, do something, please.
What can I do?
Your sister has confessed to the crime and she tried to conceal it. But... Though, there is no need for further debate. Your verdict, Your Honor.
Very well.
But Angel Star is on the prosecution's side. She could have been lying about the water.
The court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
Little girl, what did you just say?
Huh? Me?
Did you just say that I, Angel Star, was on the prosecution's side?
Well, yeah, you are.
You're saying my sister hid the evidence by erasing the bloody footprints. Well, I thought you'd had your fill, but here you are demanding a second helping. Another lunchbox. A lunchbox called evidence.
Wait! Witness! Don't tell me you have something else!
The time for deliberations is past. Any further comments and you will be held in contempt of court. Your threats don't scare the cough-up queen. Look at this.
A photograph?
I had it just in case anyone had the gall to suggest that the white shoe didn't belong to the victim.
I see no room for error in this evidence.
Mr. Wright, wait! Look at the asphalt in this photo. Hey, it's clearly wet.
Erasing the last trait of doubt from the court's mind. Immediately after the murder, the crime scene was washed away with water.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I guess I couldn't help after all. It's not your fault. I knew I couldn't win this case from the beginning. And it seems this is what your sister wanted anyway. I'm sorry, Mia. This next part had you ripping your hair out. Right, wet or not. Don't be so quick to throw in the towel. Get yourself off the asphalt and take another good look. Don't give up, not until the bitter end. This is the last piece of evidence.
Very well. This time I'd like to declare a verdict for good.
Your Honor, wait.
What is it with you people? Can't I hand out my verdicts in peace anymore? Whatever it is, can it wait?
No, it can't. Then it'll be too late. Look at this photograph, the last one submitted. This trial isn't over until we give each piece of evidence the proper consideration. So, Wright, are you saying there's a problem with this latest piece of evidence? Yeah, I'll think later. Yeah, there's a problem. Right or wrong, I've got to go ahead with this.
I suppose since we've come this far, we should give every claim a fair shake. Very well, Mr. Wright. Show the court the problem in this photograph.
Well, it's probably here, don't you think? Oh, I could do this as many times as I want, apparently. So it wasn't the water. Good luck. You had to look up a walkthrough at this fucking photograph. I'm sure I can find something stupid. How about the shoe? Not the shoe. The muffler? Well, that is weird.
What's that?
What's this? There's something poking outside of the car's muffler.
Just wait a moment, Mr. Edgeworth.
Your Honor.
You just said muffler. However, I see no trace of a muffler or a scarf of any kind in this photograph.
A muffler is also a part on a car or motorcycle, Your Honor. Just think of it as part of the exhaust system. Pipe.
I see, and I see. What's that suspicious-looking cloth sticking out of the car's muffler?
So what if there's something sticking out of the muffler? What does that have to do with this case? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Sorry, Miss Starr, but it's not going to be that easy. In fact, you've already told us why this is important to the case. You said as much in your testimony. What?
Let's hear what Mr. Wright has on his mind. Tell us why you think this piece of cloth is related to the muffler in this case.
Wait a minute. Miss Starr, recall your testimony for the court. Ah, yes, when I arrested her, she mentioned the muffler. That's what had me confused in my previous testimony. Muffler. Could it be that the muffler you heard mentioned was actually this exhaust pipe? If so, that means this piece of cloth is vital evidence. I defeated her.
Well, it seems like we will have to suspend the proceedings.
Suspend?
I find myself wondering about that piece of cloth. If we leave any question unanswered here, we do a disservice to the law. Have the car at the crime scene inspected at once, and bring me that cloth. The verdict will wait until after we've seen the evidence. Agreed?
I suppose so. Whew, that was close. But we made it, at least for now.
This court will adjourn for a 30-minute recess. It's lunchtime, after all.
He's still hungry? He just had a bunch of caviar. We defeated the lunch lady for now. I need to turn on a light.
It's so fucking dark in here.
Oh, man. This is gonna be one hell of a case. We're like 3.5 hours in already of this stream. I mean, we've only been doing Ace Attorney for an hour and a half, but getting to a longer stream here. Alright, how's everyone feeling right now? How y'all feeling? Where y'all headed today? Oh, we're just going to the secret. We're just headed up to the campgrounds. Oh, Pine Ridge or Valley Fields. Yeah, Bitch. Very sleepy. Go to bed. I will not be upset if you go to bed. It is like 2 a.m. where you are. I understand these things. You need to watch? Check this post out. Alright, I guess I'll check this post out. I'm not checking out the post anymore. I'm not checking out the post anymore. I'm good. I've had enough. I appreciate it. I know you really wanted to share that with the court. This will not be accepted as evidence. Except evidence that I don't want to see it. Phoenix, it's me. Believe in yourself. I don't like it. Alright. Well, let's continue with the game. Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Are trials always like this with you? Like you're swimming up from the bottom of a lake about to reach the surface? But no matter how hard you paddle, you never seem to get there? Pretty much. Except today we're swimming in quicksand. So what happened to your sister anyway? Apparently she got called off to the judge's chambers. Probably something to do with that piece of cloth. So, this is where we turn this trial around, right? Our only weapon is a tiny, insignificant piece of cloth. I'm the one who's starting to feel tiny and insignificant, to tell the truth. Hola, partner. They say you show a red cloth to a bull, it'll fire up its temper. That's what they told me when I was a youngin', at least. Officer Marshall!
Thought I'd come and take a look-see at how the trial's going. Looks like I'm late. They've got the home range locked down tighter than a fort in enemy territory. Not hard to sleep out, huh? What is going on over there anyway? All the police I've seen these past few days have been really on edge. Don't you got enough on your plate without worrying about other people, compadre? You could be worrying about the chief prosecutor's taste in mufflers, for example. Chief Officer Marshall, the whole muffler thing didn't have anything to do with scarves. She wasn't even wearing a scarf. Hey, you don't say. Now don't that just beat all? I've seen the red breeze blue at her slender neck many a time. I saw it that day too. She was wearing a red muffler. What? At the award ceremony that afternoon. Edgeworth seen it too, I reckon. What does that mean? In the photograph taken at the scene of the crime, she wasn't wearing a scarf. Oh boy. So Miss Starr wasn't mistaken? Well, it's about time. Remember, partner, sometimes you gotta grab the bull by the horns. And sometimes you just gotta let the bull go where it will. Time will tell. I have a bad feeling about this. So, what are we swimming in now, Mr. Wright? If it's steak sauce, I can hook you up with some fine ribs. Hoo-wee! Genuine California cowboy. Well, he said he was from Texas. They got real cowboys in Texas. They got catboys in Texas, too. I saw them. I'd like to resume. What's up? The judge keeps looking over at the prosecution. Is something wrong, Mr. Edgeworth? Your face is blue, your lips are purple, you're sweating bullets. That furrowed brow, those grinding teeth, those watery eyes. What's more, It can't be! This can't happen! I wonder what happened to Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, well then, I believe it is time we continued on with this trial. During our recess, this is unacceptable! It seems our prosecutor is quite beside himself. Or excuse me, knock knock. Who's there? The fucking face threw me off so bad, oh my fucking god! Holy shit! Holy fuck! Oh my god! I'm okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. Oh. Holy shit. Holy shit, I'm lightheaded. I'm fucking lightheaded. Holy fuck. Oh, I'm okay. I'm okay. Morgan's okay. We're all good. Deep breaths. Just like they said in therapy. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out. What's with this guy? A strange stuffy... I can't fucking look at his face! He looks like the one fucking cat image. Hold on. I would define the specific cat image. You probably know exactly what I'm talking about, but just in case. Like, oh my god. Not the one where the lady's yelling at him. Come on, Google. Yeah, the polite cat. Where's the picture of the polite cat? This one. Hold on. No, fuck. I can only find this edited version that's small enough. I can't look at his fucking face. A strange stuffy aura seems to be filling the courtroom. I'm gonna do the Winston voice for this guy.
Hey, the temperature rose 5.7 degrees when that man came in. Who on earth is he?
Ah, it's you!
Oh. Sorry I'm late, OG. The roads were packed, it's, just me. Long time no see. Hey, OG? How you been? Swim much these days?
Ah, hello. No, I've been so busy.
Busy, schmizzy, OG. My boy, you have to make time to relax.
Yes, indeed.
Haji seems to be his nickname for the judge. I'm afraid you're right. Very afraid. Sorry, but who are you? Aha! So you're Righto, the attorney. I've heard good things about you, son.
Thanks?
So sorry about our little worthy giving you all that trouble, eh? You know, we should all go swimming together sometime. Jolly. Little worthy?
Mr. Wright, you don't know the district chief of police?
Chief of police?
He's the top-ranking police officer in the entire district.
Name's Gant. Damn it, Damon Gant. Pleased to meet you, everyone.
So, what do we owe this honor today? It's been over 2 years since you last came to this courtroom, hasn't it?
Well, it's worthy here. Look at the poor fellow. I just thought I'd help by bringing this. Hey, that's my sister's muffler. So Miss Star wasn't just seeing things. When the crime occurred, Miss Sky really was wearing that muffler. But to think that it was stuffed into that exhaust pipe. On Little Worthy's car, no less. It's really quite embarrassing, even for us.
What's this?
It's what you'd call a switchblade knife. Quite perplexing, this. Chief, what kind of outfit are you running?
Mr. Edgeworth,
how could they miss such a vital piece of evidence? If your investigators are this lax, how do you expect us to do our job? Now wait a minute, Worthy. I've no desire to hear your excuses. I'm telling you to wait. Or didn't you hear me? Have a look at what this document says. Person in charge of investigation. There's no mistaking that signature, is there, Miles Edgeworth? That's not fair. On the same day of the crime, I had... Your head in the clouds because you got that award. I know how you feel. But you're the person in charge. I'll expect a written apology. What? Are you serious? Don't be too upset. We'll find a way to clean up that mess that you made.
This is the first time I've seen Mr. Edgeworth at a loss for words. This kind of major blunder is unlike you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ugh. The court accepts this new evidence, but I'd like to ask the defense a favor first.
Yes?
Just to be sure, I'd like to take a look at the blade of this knife.
The blade, Your Honor.
Well, I don't see why not. Could you open it for me, I wondered?
Yes, well...
If I cut my finger, Mr. Wright, I wouldn't be able to pound my gavel anymore.
Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point at any people anymore. Hold on, I gotta take a BRB. I gotta get the dogs. Okay, I'm back. I had to do a couple things, but I'm back. Sorry for taking so long. Ooh. Yeah, but if I cut my finger, I wouldn't be able to point it at people anymore. Come on, just hurry up and open it. Oh, I really have to wait for him to do it. Okay. Ah! Don't scare me like that. I'm the one who's scared. Look at this knife blade. The tip is broken off. And this dark red stain. Blood? I had my mic muted accidentally. Sorry about that. A detective was killed at the police department. See, what a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, eh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it.
There was a murder at the police department? Detective?
That's hush-hush misinformation, Udgy. We haven't exactly announced it yet. Wait a second, you said 5:15. That's the exact same time that Detective Goodman was killed at the prosecutor's office.
Order! Order! Order!
Anyway, we here at the department, we're all flustered, as you might as well assume. We're in the middle of a top-secret investigation. Don't tell anyone, okay?
I think we understand the police department situation. Well, Mr. Wright?
2 detectives killed at the same time in 2 different places. The chances of that happening are really slim. Scientifically speaking, of course. I'd like to exercise my right to cross-examine the witness.
Very well. However, keep your questions focused on the case at hand.
Excuse me, special? Mm-hmm. Hard to come by this particular knife anywhere else. Might that special thing be this little tag? Oh, sorry, Righto, but I can't say that now. Not that. We've established that the knife in Goodman's chest was this knife. Now, was there another knife at the scene of the crime?
That's quite a mystery.
And like a mystery, it's wrapped in something. A muffler. Unless there's some evidence to prove a connection between this knife and Goodman. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in shape to do an investigation. This knife was found on the scene of our crime. I think that makes it connected to the case, don't you? See, there's a lot of things that could go on in the department that I can't explain. It's delicate, okay? Sorry, Righto. Maybe there's something about the knife that will give us a clue. Let's examine that knife while we can, Righto. Evidence that lists... Wait a minute. That tag... No, wait. No, it doesn't have anything to do with his ID. SL92. I think perhaps the pieces are falling into place.
I should try presenting the piece of evidence that's had me stumped this whole time. So, how were things at the department? I think there was. There had to be, right? Wait. SL9. But it's written upside down, it looks like. Hold on a second. Yeah, that was right. Wait a second.
Ah, at last. An honest-to-goodness objection.
This knife. This has to have something to do with Detective Goodman. What do you mean?
Aha, an honest-to-goodness, what do you mean from Udgy? This is great.
Look at the tag on this knife. It reads SL92. And this is important. Why? Over here we also have a memo that was found on the victim of the body of the victim. What's this? S minus 7S 12 divided by 2? Your Honor, it's upside down. Upside? The printed name on the memo makes it look like it's right side up. But turn it around and what do you get? Ah! Aha! Whoever wrote this note was holding the paper upside down. SL9. That's the same exact on this knife's tag. Order! Order! Well, Chief?
Oh well. I guess the cat's out of the bag. You win, Righto.
I win? What game is this guy playing? He's playing Penis Wright Ace Attorney.
This knife was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's the evidence room.
So this knife was stolen?
Yes, but on the day of the murder.
It was evidence, you say. Was it in fact a murder weapon?
Nice, nice, nice. Good show, little worthy. It was a murder weapon as it happens. It was evidence from a case long since solved.
So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Hard to think there isn't a connection there.
That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation.
Something happened at the police department too, huh?
You got a good look in your eyes there, Righto, my boy. Sharp, hungry.
So something did happen, and why wasn't I informed?
Why weren't you informed? Well, why didn't you ask? No matter, I understand. You were busy with Lana's case and all.
Well, what happened? What happened at the police department that day?
A detective was killed at the police department, see? What a mess. The time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, huh? It's not officially linked to this here case, so I can't talk much about it.
2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office, and one at that police department. That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing there? I'd better check this knife out. Let's do a little bit of checking in on this knife. It's a small tag on the knife. It says SL92. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. The TL6. Maybe it's a case number? That's weird. What? I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should go check the court record again. I find it hard to believe that's a coincidence. Press the last statement? How can you say there's no connection? How? Because I'm the chief of police. I can't just say anything I please, Righto. You understand.
Try to understand, Righto.
Well, if you can prove there is a connection, more power to you. Maybe there is something that ties the two murders together. Whatever it is, I'd better find and get to the bottom of this. 2 detectives were killed, one at the prosecutor's office and one at that police department. Can't be a coincidence. Wait. The knife was found at the scene of the crime. No, wait. It's not right. Why did I press that? That's not what I meant to do. If we had the other photograph, I could present that. But I don't have that other photograph. Keep pressing. Have I not been pressing? I pressed this statement. Another detective was killed at the police department. That's a fact. Surprising, isn't it, Udgy?
I'm at a loss for words.
And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact.
Just arrested? That was quick.
But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you could help, Righto.
Apparently I missed that one.
I suppose I could help, if you help me by giving me data on your case. Ooh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing only.
What do I want? What information do I want from him?
Oh my god. Fergus opened the door and I knocked over my microphone. Hi, Fergie. What's up, good boy? Are you just walked in to leave? Fergie in the house. Fergus, what are you doing? What you doing? Hello, good boy. What are you doing? Come on. Where's your good boy? Puppy dog. Hold on. Puppy dog city.
He got so squeaky when I acknowledged him. I'm getting a virtual graduation very excited because they told us we weren't gonna get shit. I don't think he likes that I smell like fruit right now.
It's fine.
He's very annoyed at me.
He's just a very,
very easily annoyed dog.
Why don't you want me to love you? Bless you. Is it because you have sneeze? I don't think he likes the scent of this.
That's fine. What are you doing, Fergus?
He gave me a high. He gave me a high.
Can I get the Fergus cam going?
Get the Fergus cam going.
Hold on. Hold on, we're getting the Fergus cam. Also, good night, Atticus. This is part of the stream now.
Oh, am I on the stream now?
Yes, you are.
Oh, baby.
This is just pointed at my fan
I
currently.
got the baby.
Okay. Oh my god, I can't move this camera any closer.
Oh no. Maybe if you try getting it from under that.
I don't think that's gonna help. The wire is not that long. This is happening now. This is just the stream now.
The entire stream is me cuddling Fergus and telling him what a baby is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you like the scent of this hand sanitizer? No? I think you're indifferent.
He's just staring.
Where's Morgan?
Hi.
Oh, Morgan?
I think he just
He
needs to
just
lay
roll-
down.
He just rolls over.
Let me get this. He's just laying there.
He's just rolling away.
He's very whiny. Something has him upset. He is a sausage.
Why are you... Do you want Morgan? I think he wants your affection.
Was he? Hold on.
I think that's the issue right now. That's a good angle.
Well, it's not gonna stay like
No.
that. Ugh. There is no possible way to get that.
Do you want your Morgan?
I like how you're just in the middle of a murder case and there's a puppy. Well, Fergus is more important than murder. Who cares?
Listen, which case are you on?
The fifth one.
The first game or?
Mhm.
Okay.
Here's a puppy.
They'll be fine.
Mhm.
I've played the game before. They're gonna be fine.
Mhm.
They want a puppy break.
Everyone wants a puppy break. Puppy dog city.
You just wanted Fergie. You just want Fergie.
He's still whining.
He always whines. He's a needy boy.
He just likes to whine.
He's just a baby. Oh yeah. He likes when you play with his jowls like that.
Well, you know what? You know what? That's a puppy dog.
This is the best part. I'm sorry, I'm disrupting your stream. I just saw Fergus staring at me longingly from the hallway, and I said, I gotta go pet him.
That's okay. Fergus, I was gonna interrupt the stream with Fergus anyways. There was no preventing this.
This is just God's will.
Listen, I've done dumber things on stream. There was one stream where I literally just scrolled through twitter.com/looksLikeHuey, and someone was very upset that I wasn't playing a video game, which is very funny in retrospect. Also, here's the Luigi from earlier.
Here.
Here's the Luigi that was delivered to me. Oh. Do you want to go out? Do you want to get up?
It looked like he needed to sneeze for a second.
What you doing, Fergie?
I think he was tired of being called a baby.
Yeah, his little stubby tail. He has a stubby tail.
We were, like, our mom and I were, like, really upset when we found out that they had his tail clipped when, I guess, his breeders or, like, whoever adopted him clipped it. We were not happy with it. No dog deserves to have their tail clipped, or their ears.
No. But it's okay.
Mean.
He's okay now.
He's a stubby boy.
He's okay now.
He's so stubby.
Squeaky boy.
It's not your fault that you're a baby. Why are you crying?
He's always crying. I told you, he just likes to whine.
He's an attention whore. Literally, like, he'll be cuddling with you. You take your hand off him sometimes, and he'll... Like, right now, he's, like, mad that I took my hand off him. He had to roll over.
You have to keep giving him love. Or else.
I had my hand off him for 10 seconds, and he said, absolutely not. I will not tolerate this. Oh, that was a snort.
Snorty.
That was a snort.
I had to carry him inside, fucker.
All 60 pounds of him.
Mm-hmm.
You're a big boy, we're gonna put you on Weight Watchers.
No one can ever tell me I'm weak because I can carry this fucker.
You don't know pain until you've carried him from our back neighbor's house back to the house.
Mm-hmm.
I had to do that once, like a month or two ago, and it was awful.
I have to do that like once a day.
From the neighbor's backyard?
Pretty much.
But he got out of the of our backyard once, and I had to go searching for him. He doesn't go far. He stays within like 3 houses away from us because there are cats in the neighborhood. He doesn't like them. They're not in the house. You're okay.
Hold on, I'm gonna carry him on stream.
So
Hold on.
I
This
went.
is an awkward
I didn't see
position
him
to
in
be
our
in.
neighbor's backyard, like this neighbor. So I went to our backyard neighbor, and he was just chilling on their front stairs, like he had nothing better to do with his life. And he saw me, and he sat right down. And he was like, "Oh my god, you found me!" And I had to carry him because I didn't bring a leash with me because I'm an idiot. So I carried him, like, around the block back to the house. No, I think I took the alleyway that day because it was before all the restaurants opened up next to us. Roll over.
Dumb baby. Dumb baby.
He is not happy with how much I am rolling him right now, I don't think.
Do you want to go now, Fergie?
Do you want to leave?
Are you good, Fergie?
You're not going anywhere. I hope you know that. Like, you're staying in the house. That was your last chance.
Bye-bye, Fergie.
Okay, bye. Alright.
Okay, I'm gonna play the video
Have
game
fun.
now. That's what they pay me for. They don't pay me much, but they do pay me for it. By technicality, I am being paid to do this. It's just not anything. Okay, anyways, I hope you enjoyed the Fergie cam. We're gonna play video games again? It's crazy that they made these things. I am not rotating that. That was just my controller fell on the floor. Okay. Can I present my attorney badge? Okay, what do we want to ask? What do we want to ask? We were so distracted by Fergus. Where? Alright. So, tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room at the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second, I have heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? This knife was evidence in the case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy? Happy? We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get Gant to testify about the details. Oh, the knife isn't what links it. Do I have to restart the whole thing? I have to go through all this fucking dialogue again. Okay. So something contradicts this statement. We could press him again. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Righto. What's your connection?
Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright.
The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife was found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective was murdered at the police department. He was killed in the very same evidence room.
Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence.
I hate the fucking awkward silence with this guy, and he looks like that. You two make a good pair. It took my men 2 days to find out what you deduced right there. Chief, I request that you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet and all.
Can we get the information, unofficially?
Sure, why not? It's unofficial after all.
What? Really? Who would have guessed?
I'll cooperate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Ah, well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh, well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can of him. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. The number is... Goodman was killed at the department. Which means he would have been already dead when Lana would have found him and tried to kill him.
Well, that's quite long.
We have to remember these. It drives me nuts.
8, 2. I can't do it.
You didn't even get the first number right.
Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything?
Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think.
Meaning?
It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean?
Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department tells you something. What does it tell you?
Witness.
What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night.
Crying like an anime fan on prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news. Just come out with both guns blazing. Wait. Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here.
Oh, is it yours?
No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Righto. Personnel IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189.
And this means what exactly? Huh? Oh, wait! That ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with an 82. I've forgotten. He didn't even get the first number right again!
The number the chief of police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The two ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, ho, sharp as a tack, Righto, sharp as a tack.
But wait! Detective Goodman is our victim. He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot.
Yet, Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department, in the evidence room at the exact same time. That's impossible. So what we're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time, and in a completely different location?
Order! Chief, what does this mean?
No, what I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Now, just wait a minute, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Didn't you hear me? The oversight, the grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How dare? We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins?
Mr. Wright, where have we heard that name before? Wait, aha! Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir.
You don't mean him. According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said that report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Detective Bruce Goodman murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me?
Honestly, I'm not sure if that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged.
In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But sir, you could have submitted that report this morning to the court as evidence. Then No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy? What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law,
Well, Mr. Wright.
Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of evidence to be used in the court before trial. This report wasn't on that list.
So, what does this mean?
I couldn't submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy.
Huh? I was just doing my job.
No.
It seems we have come to the end of this trial.
I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, well, with all the rumors. You were even in the defendant's chair just this last December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened if it's the last thing I do. You'd better get results this time. Really. You have my profound apologies, sir.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one further day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Whatever your punishment is for this, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well. Court is adjourned.
Alright, what do you guys think? Should we go through the rest of the should we at least go through the investigation, or are we done here? Up to you guys. We've been going for a while. This is a 4.5 hour stream so far. Oh my god. It's kind of a whirlwind. Why the fuck not? Only escalates from here. Alright, we could do the investigation. We're gonna be up for a little bit. I'm going to take my meds now, because these help me sleep, and in the morning I have a blood work thing to do. And if you're wondering why I have to take a blood work test, just think about it for like 5 seconds. I'm sorry, but that's a very easy connection to make. But just to be transparent, I'm getting blood work done for reasons. And you can figure out those reasons on your own. I said I was going to be transparent, and then I wasn't. I don't give a shit. I do what I want. It's my stream.
Mr. Wright, so, what's going on with the case anyways? I'm a little confused.
Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room.
What's this and the evidence room part? The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car.
Well, that's what we're trying to find out.
Right, let's do it.
Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this.
Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright, huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. Let's go. Science awaits us.
Hope you're ready to meet a stupid idiot. Who's the stupid idiot?
You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares?
Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie.
Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it.
That oil drum, was it empty?
The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never!
Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister.
That's not it at all. It's just... we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her.
Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not, the water in that oil drum washed it all away.
Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright.
Huh? What's that grin for?
This situation calls for one thing, and that is... luminol testing fluid.
Luminol?
Blood is sticky stuff, you know. You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there.
But wouldn't the police have already done those tests?
Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try.
Me? Why do I have to do it?
I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet.
We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it.
Here, look, I'll lend you these glasses.
Huh? You had an extra pair of these things?
To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Like this, see? Press the A button to spray on it. Okay, let's find us some blood stains.
I mean...
Ooh.
I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So, is this a bloodstain?
It's so...
Emma, you're shaking.
It's just... this is my first time seeing real blood.
Scientific investigation in action.
Okay, well, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain, but doesn't something strike you as odd? Scientifically speaking, of course.
What's odd about this scientifically?
What is odd about this? I mean... Yeah, this location is a bit odd. The amount of blood... I don't know. They're both pretty odd to me. I'm just a fucking lawyer. I do so much fucking investigating for a lawyer. That's how Penis Wright wins. I really look into it. Doesn't that look like the size of a footprint to you? That's one fucked up looking footprint. I mean, you're probably right, but that is one fucked up looking footprint. Does it look like the size of a pool where someone got fatally stabbed? Oh. You guys are way smarter than I am. If I was on a crime scene and I saw this, I'd just be like... Huh? The perpetrator and Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at the size of the... Look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought there, there'd have to be more blood than this. Yeah, hey, Mr. Wright. I'm gonna mark up the floor plans where we found find the blood stain, okay? See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this, stuff's pretty handy, too. I saved up all my allowance to buy that. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah, feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Huh. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Starr! You only trust your own eyes. Not bad, you two. This day-old deli box is on the house. Sorry, it's just the kind of lead-in doesn't really get my mouth watering. Alright, what do you have to say? You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Starr, but... No, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. I witnessed everything from that security room right there, but I was afraid that I wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even if the place I witnessed the events from was different, I still saw what I saw. I saw the chief prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph is something important to tell us, but what? So, you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Starr? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know, I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I dragged the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect, and before long they called me the Cough-Up Queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. And you were let go, or fired? It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... I think we... The SL9 incident. It's written on that knife. And on that note. Goodman. Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over, not yet. Do you think you can tell us more about the SL9 incident? Yeah, I'd like to hear more about SL9.
of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the cough-up queen, right? We found this ID card here in this parking lot. I was doing her voice for that. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. How do I get her to speak more about SL9? I want to hear about SL9, but she won't fucking talk to me. What the fuck? Come on, Angel. Let's get some words out of that big mouth of yours. I don't even remember what the in-game reason was. The wires were so crossed on these cases and they weren't related. Maybe you have to investigate other places first? Maybe. I guess we'll go to Edgeworth's office while we're here. Well, this place is as classy as it was yesterday. And I'm pretty sure it'll be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edgeworth's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll just have to come back. Let's examine the area first. I don't think we're gonna find any more evidence, really. Maybe we just gotta talk to some more people. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of the crime. According to the pamphlet we got at the front desk, here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Ooh, real crime scene. Let's go take a look. What's with all the decor in this place? It's, very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. So behind that door is the evidence room, the scene of the crime. Sure seems that way. Oh! What's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing. It's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where is the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. Yeah, it won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. No clues here. There's a security guard uniform hanging here. Looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? Punchy? Paunchy? Pinchy? I know, a poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. It's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Hey, psst, these sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines pointing in every direction. Just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Hey, come on, Wright. Come on, Wright. She was pouring her heart out to you. Man, Marshall drinks a lot of fucking alcohol at his station. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. She's a teenager. She's not good at metaphors yet. Oh man, he has a big Texas sign. He's like Sandy from SpongeBob. He just misses Texas so much. He just misses it so much. See the lasso. Look, on the floor, a lasso. Looks like it's set up to trap something. A trap here. Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here, but the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Oh, we're not getting much out of that. Now, everyone looks deadly serious in here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yeah, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. It makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating, but don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. I miss Gumshoe. He's a funny guy. I want to see him again. Looks like Miss Sky is in questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Miss Gant say they'd arrested a suspect in the police department murder? Let's come back later. Maybe there are new talk options? Oh, hopefully. Please talk to me? No. Alright. What do you think, Emma? Well, where should we begin? Oh, well, isn't it obvious? We should begin with that, you know, that thing. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in 2 places simultaneously? Oh, well, you see, we should go to the police department. The, evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very, helpful. Poor Mr. Edgeworth.
I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy, what with all these rumors. You were even in defendant's chair just this past December.
There was that business with him not reading that officer's report. About the killing at the police department, right. The chief of police was right about that, but I can't help but think. Someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth.
We can't present the muffler.
We don't have the muffler as evidence. This rope, is it? Yep, they laid it to outline the victim's body. So wait, the victim must have died when the killer closed the trunk on him. She didn't care for the luminol either. You could use more of it? I guess. I guess we could try that. Oh, thank God I got, like, infinite sprays of this. I didn't do anything here. Be at the police department, though. I'm not finding anything at the guard station. Swear there was something at the tip of the cactus? We could try the tip of the cactus. Wait a minute. Oh. There was something at the tip of the cactus. And the sky. Oh, we have to click on it again. Wow, we got a reaction. There's clearly blood around the spines here. This room's pretty messy. Someone must have tripped over something, planted their head right into these spines. I think that might be more painful than being murdered. Oh yeah, that's just flavor text. We could try it here. No, that's not doing much of anything. Try spraying here again. I believe I sprayed everywhere that seemed reasonable, but no harm in trying again. Not like we're gonna get penalized for it. If you examine the badger, you can get closer. Blue badger is still writhing around today. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. I think it's fine, Emma. He's just a fucking guy. Well, there's one place we didn't try. Might be a stretch, but hey, why not? Wait a fucking minute. What? It looks like some blood has dripped down here. Judging by the amount, my guess it's from a nosebleed. Nosebleed, Maybe in his wrath, Mr. Edgeworth slapped someone for their incompetence. Why does Detective Gumshoe's face come to mind? Well, that didn't get us anywhere. None of these bloodstains are being particularly helpful. Sometimes people just sort of bleed casually. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. She won't tell me about SL9. And I'm not really finding anything by using the spray. I don't want to use a walkthrough.
that would be giving up. We've come so far. Now, if it was Super BOBIDO World, that game fucking sucks, so I'm okay using a walkthrough there. Someone used a marker to write their name on this. Emma Sky. Don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where something might go down. Just what kind of world do you think we live in? Ooh, I just made my first 3D model. That's a pretty nice one, though. Can you see the evidence again? We got his ID, the knife, the statue, rather the trophy. We got the parking stub, the blue badger, Goodman's autopsy report, Goodman's note, the phone, parking lot floor plans. You know what? We'll ask her about the phone. It was when I grabbed the chief prosecutor on the shoulder. She dropped that phone on the pavement. That's... I don't know. That's when you heard her talking about the muffler, right? Little did I know it was a trap. The red car's muffler and the prosecutor's red muffler. What was Miss Sky really trying to say, I wonder? Can you please tell me more about SL9? Please? Please? We're getting nowhere in this investigation. This might be one of the most dead-end investigations we've done. Forgot how frustrating this segment was. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to do here. I could keep presenting her stuff. It looks like a petrified piece of provolone. Huh? It's not. It's my attorney's badge. I'd think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more on the open market. Look, my badge isn't up for sale. Not yet, at least. I'm just gonna present her all my evidence, because she's literally the only person who will show up right now. She's quite literally the only person we have to talk to. There's no one else in the world we can speak with. Present the knife. I've done that. I've literally presented the knife to her like 3 separate times. Buddy with Edgeworth knives. Wait, did I not present Edgeworth knife? Oh my god. I think he owes me his gratitude. His gratitude. Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth would have been the suspect. I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? If you're talking about this knife, we already asked her about it. We didn't talk about Edgeworth's knife, apparently. Do you think you could tell us more about SL9, and then she doesn't tell us more about SL9? If you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room.
But even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed towards a chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes were the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. The 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again, just like that time. I gave her the ID already. That's not gonna help us. Oh, thank God. How many fucking things did I have to present to her before she would tell me about SL9? Fuck. Why did the game think, oh, the last thing you'll do is show her the knife? No, that's the first fucking thing I'm showing her after she tells me about SL9. Dipshit. That incident really opened my eyes up to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago. It was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence, so they didn't solve it. On the contrary, he was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any cleaner than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence, of a sort. Made up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be? Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, Police Department Security Detail Officer Jake Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9. There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait! Those lunches you sell! There's only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends. Boyfriends that can help me investigate. Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyways? She's got like a polycule going on. Just when all the detectives on SL9 have disappeared, if we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. So, rookie. What? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch. I know a certain guy who might help you if you tempt him with this treat. Oh. Miss Starr? Officer Marshall, is he, are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Angel Star's harem. And this place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please. Huh? Wasn't that...
One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you.
Detective Gumshoe?
Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland.
Oh, you mean one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking.
Now there's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence.
The criminal, you mean?
You heard about the stabbing in the police department's evidence room, right, pal?
On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department. And the perpetrator?
Do you have a suspect?
Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everything's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need me a steak lunch pronto. Standing around here talking ain't going to fill my belly.
Wait, don't leave.
If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figure he's down there having a good cry. Later.
You ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. After it was at a pathetic crawl. Okay, he's still not here. To the detention center. Still, I do feel better about things. A little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they?
Yeah. I guess they did.
Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Ow! What was that? Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I'd say I was perpetrated again, sir. That's what I'd say. Oh. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is, Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the, premises? I'm here at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, so you're a guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't. Is he? You, Officer Meekins, you didn't, did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? What? Now, this is an unexpected turn of events, and by unexpected, I mean... No, yeah, I did not... Okay. Sir, I'm a patrolman with General Officer Affairs, sir. Sir? Ow. I can hear you just fine, Officer Meekins. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went into the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So, normally there's a guard at the evidence room. That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? Then, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. Suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Ow! What the heck is this guy doing? So, what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was here, in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Bandage on his hand? Just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. I don't mean to pry, but you are the perpetrator, correct? You killed Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy eyes, sir. If you have to label me as a perpetrator or a victim, sir, then label me as a victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive and well at that. Yes, well, that's true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So, you didn't know him. Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light and other creature comforts. I don't know any detectives. So, if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of killing him, sir. Is someone around here is more confused than I am? About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do. Sir, to tell you the truth, sir, when it happened, When the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were... Huh? Then, when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir. All alone. Alone because Detective What? Then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hands, sir. Oh, the shock. Oh, the sorrow, sir. Can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared. That's some story. Well, Mike Meekins definitely didn't do it. He's an interesting guy, but he's definitely not a killer. Let's ask him about the blue badger. This is you. I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay, I just wanted you to take a look at it. That's sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was being peeled. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's been through a lot. He doesn't strike me as the kind of guy who would be capable of murder at all. He's just kind of pathetic. You think he did it? I don't think the literal only way that Mike Meekins could get away with murder is if, he was dealing with someone so stupid that there is no other possible way. There's, no possible way, that person could have gotten away from Mike Meekins. I think you're just saying things, and I know why you're saying these things, and I wouldn't embarrass you on stream, but I don't think he did it. I think I gotta keep questioning Mr. Meekins. I'm just gonna show him random shit. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey, that's it, sir. That's it. That's it. That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But, sir, now I remember. I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct. That card was the cause of it all. This ID card. Exactly, sir. That's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir. Nothing. I'd better pry into this one a little deeper. Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. That's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you, I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him. Do unto others before they do unto you. My father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? No, stop clicking on the attorney's badge. What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman, and the victim whom he met at the scene of the crime didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here? They told me that it had to be him, sir. On that day at that time, Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime, my crime, the crime I swore to stamp out. It's there. It's me, on tape. And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Man, navigation here is a pain. We gotta get those recordings. The videotape is so funny. Do we have to pry more shit out of Mike Meekins? Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the Chief of Detectives desk. It's Policeman Chief Gant.
And you're sure this is all? You know what it means if there is anything missing.
Sir, it's most likely totally perfect. Also, good night, Zen. Thanks for hanging out.
We checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. Well, if anything does turn up, you call me right away. Deal?
Yes, sir. We'll scour the place again, sir.
Chief of Detectives is looking a little flustered. Aha, righto, my boy. How you been? Swim much?
Oh, Chief Gant, reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Mr. Wright? Is Edgeworth going to be okay?
Oh, Worthy? Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him.
Sounds like an inquisition.
Yep, well, they've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year.
You mean the incident on Gourd Lake?
Doesn't look good having a top prosecutor in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, righto?
Von Karma.
A legend he was, undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it, so he was caught for forging evidence.
Wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence.
In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of turmoil, as you might say. Why, they'd do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, could be bad for Worthy.
What? Manfred looked like he saw some shit. That's because he did some shit.
It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf too, I mean.
They're being the prosecutors, I assume. Scientifically speaking, it's impossible.
Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says.
What evidence is this?
Now, righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And in this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it.
I wasn't expecting much anyways.
You know, one thing I hate about most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But, you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the Chief of Detectives trap shut.
Ah, he was the one you were picking on earlier.
Huh? You saw that? Whoops.
Wonder what it was he wanted the Chief of Detectives to do. Let's see if we can ask him. We can kind of discreetly ask him. You know what streams are? Well, welcome, Charlotte. What do I want to present to him? Okay, not this. What do I show him? Not this. He doesn't care about the scene of the crime. Does everyone need such long dialogue? Why did you tell me about Blue Badger?
No, I don't... Anything I think he would have interest in, he doesn't. At all. Not even the autopsy? No. No, we have to do something with Gant. Oh my god. We have to price something out of this fucking guy. Doesn't care about the parking stub, because why fucking would he? How about the note? He doesn't give a shit about the note. You care about something. Do you have a thought in your brain, Gant? Anything. Is there anything you could provide us with? We're supposed to ask you about something. I don't think I'm prying any information out of this guy. His lips are sealed. He doesn't even care about the steak dinner I have. I guess steak lunch. Whatever. Yeah, there's quite literally nothing I can pry out of this guy. I've presented literally every piece of evidence I have. And not a single word. Try presenting people? I can't do that. That's not a thing. What? I can only present the evidence. I don't think there's anything I could pry out of this guy. This is the police mascot. No, yeah, there's quite literally nothing we're getting out of this guy. This is a fucked investigation. We are getting nowhere fast. We might as well not be doing an investigation with the pace we're going at. How about you? You don't have anything new to say. And no one's here. If we could see the videotape, that would help, but for some reason, no one gives a shit. Going to the guard station, I could probably, like, get something here. View a videotape from here. But nope. This is a fucking dead end. This swinging door makes this place kind of look like like a saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say more of a yeah myself. I gotta present something to one of these fuckers. But literally, this guy does not care about a single piece of evidence we have here. Maybe ask the guy? Oh, sorry you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see that over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. They took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. You didn't even finish writing it. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that just in case.
Then you should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Oh my god, this is... I just randomly don't know what to fucking do here. Okay. Going to the guard station. Well, I went back. There's nothing here, Phoenix. Why did you tell me to go back? Unless I misread. You told me to come back. I'm gonna try submitting this to the chief of police first. Because there's clearly nothing here. I was wondering, could you take a look at this? No, he still doesn't fucking care. What the fuck am I supposed to do? Oh, wait. Actually, I was wondering if you could do a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room. No, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's content. Knock yourself out.
Just goes to show, you never know until you ask.
And for you here, you can borrow this.
Hey, this is the detective's ID card, isn't it?
That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it.
Yes, sir. It's an honor.
You just run along now and do your best now. Later, folks.
Gant is a very weird character. Ha! Looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID.
You seem happy.
Yes, sir. Because, sir, we get to go in the evidence room now, sir.
I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Oh, thank God, we can fucking... Let us in.
And we have that ID card from Chief Gant. Let's just walk in. It won't open. Aha! The card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking?
Howdy, partners. Well, well, what's made my bambina sky so gray? Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? What's that? Why does it have to be him look for? As you may have surmised, this here's my saloon.
We're here to investigate the crime scene.
Yeehaw! That card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts.
Yeehaw?
Well, what you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. That crime scene's a-waitin'. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you hombres. You're busy then. Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us hombres. I was wondering if we could talk to you. Sorry, Bambina, but I'm off to roam the lands like a tumbleweed on the wide prairie. Like a gunslinger loading his 6-shooter, I say a little prayer. What the fuck was that? What was that? How did he make that noise with his mouth? What's that about, Mr. Wright? I think he was just too hungry to talk. You're just saying that because his stomach was growling. You have no idea what he was talking about either. Well, in any case, we need to get cracking on this investigation pronto. Wait. Duh. Not that. Wrong thing. I forgot the steak is the second thing. That smell. Reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, I just saw a special on TV the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Starr. What's this? What's wrong? Filet steak lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask me anything. Finally, it seems like
He's willing to talk. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of the security for the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. Ah, that little poor dog. Poor guy. I keep getting his name wrong and calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling y'all this. But since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look like it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like the stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Miss Starr told us something. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of a crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating the SL9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyways? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what actually happened. There are some things that you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago? The day of our case! That's right, the evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. I know what maybe what maybe 2 of these machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. The easiest ones to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Mike Meekins mentioned. If nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of these tapes? I reckon they might be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. So this is the ID card record. Who the fuck just has 777? Must be his lucky fucking day. Hey, I've seen that somewhere else. Sorry, Bambina, I can't show you more than that. I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I just saw a number on that record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I could prove that record is tied to the stabbing. Let's hear what he has to say about the transferal first. Sorry, but can you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this here room. They're kept here under the preceding detective supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them and if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the country sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. I see now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever, dead. Never to be reopened again, never to be reinvestigated. That happened to SL9 2 days ago. Well, we could present this to you. No, I don't want to look at it. I know you think I want to look at it, game, but I really don't. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot. The number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So, when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I have entered the evidence room and asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did you do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Alright, evidence room time. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room. Really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have, like, trees and grass. Feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Morgan's not real. Eek!
Whoa!
Sorry, I thought you were a ghost.
I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. So, is it true what I heard? Righto. Please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, "Sir, can I borrow $50?" I'd give them $50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out.
Yeah, it's true.
So, Chief of Police Gant, will loan anyone $50, even me?
Oh, so that's what you were talking about.
Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today.
Just for today? Boss for a day?
But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day.
Gee, thanks.
First of all, you'll want to have this.
Man, we're just building up evidence right now. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're boss for the day?
That's right, it's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department.
But if you're boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings?
They're using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial.
In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation again.
I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal.
You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe?
Haha, of course. I am a detective, after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal.
Only you can open.
I'll always believe in Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens.
So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee right now, right?
They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case.
That case?
Yeah, that case. The SL9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth.
Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case.
This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so that only one detective can open it.
Using their ID cards?
Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already.
That sounds like a lot.
Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand.
Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint?
Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own.
Funny, they look like normal lockers.
These are the latest models. There's a trick to the handles, see?
The handles?
On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it...
Zap! You get a shock!
If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoking every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks.
That's suspicious. I'm starting to get a feeling about this case, but I'm not going to say anything.
That's the victim, Detective Goodman's ID card. These days, everything's cards and secret numbers, and I can never relax.
It's only because you always lose your card.
I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to?
Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. Could you take a look at this? This is the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing.
Ah, I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who... Whoa!
What is it?
That second number.
It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe?
Mr. Edgeworth. The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth.
What? Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? It's weird. Fucking bizarre.
Alright, anything else we can get out of Gumshoe? Detective Goodman's note and that switchblade knife. Now, I bet Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone, because of the SL9 connection. That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, you know, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. I'd say. Detective, here's my attorney's badge. You show that to me every time we meet, pal. Real men show their police badge. Enough said.
I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice.
Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the awards ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations.
I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken?
Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. Apparently he's forgotten. What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean sure, of course, someone else really did. Someone who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. Found in Mr. Edgeworth's car. This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal.
Art?
He was dancing proudly on the day of the awards ceremony, but there were a lot of people coming in and going after the ceremony, so they took the Blue Badger away for a while.
Really? Why?
Oh, they said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful! I toiled night and day. Sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can also see why they moved it.
I'm just gonna keep shelling things to Gumshoe. See if he has anything else to say.
That's the photo Miss Starr took. Anything you could tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. Why, I remember. It was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got to talk to me about what happened.
16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened.
Wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school, too.
I bet Gumshoe in, like, high school was, like... You know those kids that go through puberty, like, way faster than everyone else? I bet he went through puberty super fast and he was already this huge motherfucker by, like, at least sophomore year or junior year. I bet he was already, like, a huge motherfucker. That's my Gumshoe theory. I don't know if he wore a trench coat, but he was definitely a big fucker.
Allow me to say...
Did I investigate the area yet? Oh no, I didn't. But he's gonna tell me more.
Now that was a bloody, violent case. Violent. So it was a murder? A serial killing.
Serial killing?
Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. But the killer made a mistake, and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him.
And this was 2 years ago?
That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight, and started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transferal the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is.
Huh? What do you mean?
Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the SL9 incident, see?
So, that switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Let's examine the area also. Something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. Wonder if Detective Gumshoe been in there. There you go, pal. Making me out to be some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence here. That said,
Bet that evidence locker was opened recently.
How do you know?
If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence?
Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot, too.
Bet he doesn't tuck his shirt in under that trench coat either. If you're going to talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal.
This place is stuffed with evidence. Stuffed with dreams.
I'm not so sure about the dreams.
It won't open. Did you really think it would?
Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here.
Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry-looking fishing pole that is.
Ah, that's my personal pole. I never did get around to using it.
Wait, I've seen that somewhere before.
Right, pal, that's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case out on Gourd Lake, remember?
Oh, right. That feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before.
Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later.
That cheap-looking box?
You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their heart.
Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away. Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. And better him than us. I mean, shit, I guess you're right in that case. I'd prefer not to be the one who got shot. Ooh, what's this? Blood. It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other blood stains left in the room? We should use our testing fluid to find out. Looks like this one's open, and the red indicator light above it is lit.
That locker is coated with Detective Goodman's fingerprint.
Detective Goodman's locker. Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that?
Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it.
It's empty. We must have taken the contents somewhere else. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces.
Detective Gumshoe, perhaps. There you go, pal, making me out to be some kind of hooligan.
Fucking Phoenix is just dragging Detective Gumshoe through the dirt tonight. Oh my god. Leave the poor man alone.
Yeah, it's apparently from the case.
The case?
The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of those pieces there?
Another piece of SL9 evidence. I wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try and put it back together?
Ha, good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up.
That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. What the fuck? Okay. This is a mini game.
But can you spell the word knife in this fun game?
It's weird, it looks like it would be that piece, but I guess not. I'm just taking random guesses right now.
Also, hello, welcome to the stream. Ooh. I have no idea what evidence is helpful here. Or rather, what piece fits where. Oh, there we go. Oh my god, that took fucking forever. Ooh, that was much faster. Oh, this should be much speedier now. I don't think this is that. There we go. Yep. Getting somewhere. Okay. This looks... No? Oh, you know what? I'm an idiot. It would just fit there. No, not like that. Maybe this piece? Yeah. Joey has returned. Joey has arrived. That seems like that would fit on top, doesn't it? Oh, no, never mind. Never mind. But it's still missing a big piece. It's the handle. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing.
Yeah, I got that far too. In 2 minutes myself. Problem is finishing it.
Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with.
Still, it doesn't look like it's the most stable kind of jar.
I kind of understand how it got broken. It's a weird shape for a jar, for sure. I don't want a jar like that in my house. Alright. Put these pieces together, they make a jar. There are two things that bother me. One, why are some of the pieces missing? Two, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. What is this saw and paint doing here?
Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against oppression.
True art? I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the Blue Badger?
Well, you might say this is my studio.
Here? In the evidence room? Yeah, that is a pretty bad place to be doing art. What if you get, like... What if you get it on the evidence? I mean, I guess if all the lockers are shut tight, it doesn't matter, but still. Gumshoe doesn't give a fuck. I guess not. I think that's about all we can get out of him. Did I see the glove on Do Not Cross? Oh. Oh. You know what? I didn't. Someone left a glove here, but only one.
Detective Gumshoe, maybe? There you go again, making me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know?
You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. We are building up quite the collection of evidence. Texas SL911. I guess there's another piece of evidence from that case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that?
Do you know how many other words sound like it? Bag, gag, nag, lag, zag. Zag? Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? I guess we're getting nothing out of the sheriff here. But maybe we could get something out of Miss Star. What do you think? Oh no, you don't fucking care. Why would you? This case is exceptionally hard. This case has definitely by now already been longer than every other case we've done. We're still only on day 2 of 4. Oh, you know what? We didn't use the spray. That's what we forgot. We didn't use the spray. That's what we're missing. Wait a minute. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This might just be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. This? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I better jot this down on the floor plans. So yeah, there was something we missed. Ooh, that is a big pool of blood. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional. What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Maybe Detective Goodman was actually an alien. That's proof that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. I'm sorry, Gumshoe. Also, hi, welcome to the stream. Anything else we could spray? Probably not. I think we've sprayed all we can. But we did find a couple of good blood spots. I don't think we're gonna get anything out of anyone with it, but it's something. Man, you don't give a shit, Marshall. I think I could show this guy fucking everything and he wouldn't say anything to me, other than, I'm the sheriff. How about you, Gumshoe? You got any opinions? No, you don't. No one's got an opinion on this. This is definitely one of the hardest cases. He is basically the embodiment of I don't give a fuck. You're right, you're right. When you right, you right. Alright. Criminal affairs. Oh. Gant's out. Alright. How about Mike Meekins? You give a shit about any of this? Maybe he would. No, he doesn't. He doesn't. No, he doesn't care. Whew. This is a hard one. I guess we'll try Miss Star again. I got a good feeling about presenting to her. Meekins, you're useless. I mean, he is arrested right now. I can't expect much out of him. How about this? You don't care about the jar. Don't care about the locker. It doesn't look like we're gonna get anything out of her.
Thanks for getting up close and personal with the locker. I don't know what I would have done without it. No, she doesn't care about anything, either. I'm not getting much out of anyone. Could you give me another steak? Maybe I could get Marshall to talk to me. He was nice when I gave him the steak. Oh, it would help if fucking Edgeworth showed up in his office. But he's not there. There's gotta be something we missed back with Gumshoe. It seems like when we have to find something specific, like it's back with the last person we talked to. Forgot Angel existed until you were looking at some Ace Attorney forms. It happens. What am I? My brain shut down for a second. Go back to the evidence room. Let's try seeing if we could spray anything else. I feel like there would be something on the car door, but no. Nothing around here. Giving it a good old spray. No, I don't think we're gonna get any more than we've gotten already. Shit. Just doused the whole room in luminol. Well, Emma has seemed to have bought, like, an endless fucking supply of it. This luminol's got a lot of spray in it. Oh god, could you imagine if they made you do this segment with a limited luminol spray? That'd be fucked up. No, it doesn't look like we're gonna get any more than that. How about you, Detective Gumshoe? You care about any of this? I think I might have tried all this, actually. No, not... I told you, game, I don't need to get up close with the lockers. Can't open the lockers if your fingerprint don't match. If you can open it, they'll give you 50 cents.
No, the police department lacks faith in its lock system.
After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead over at the prosecutor's office.
I find that suspicious. Okay, my random theory right now is that Angel might have done it, or at the very least, she's very connected to this case. Looks like there's a reference near one of those lockers. I don't care about this. Anything else? Oh wait, I already showed this to you. Yeah, you already told me about how that was Edgeworth's. Is there anything else we could show to you, Detective Gumshoe? No. I am going in such a circle. This is one hell of a first time to be doing this case. Hey, Emma, you got anything new? No, you're just the same. That's fine. Pat you on the head. We'll get you ready for 3rd grade. I say that as if she's not like a fucking high schooler, but I feel so old now. I hate being in college. I feel so old. Everyone in high school feels like a fucking child, and it's true. They are children, but it still feels fucked up. I don't like it. Get me out of fucking college. Put me in, like, I don't know. Something that'll make me feel less old. Put me on the comedy stage. I'll do some stand-up comedy. I don't do good stand-up comedy. Baby school. Okay, no, I don't think I could do, like, fucking preschool. That would be weird. If I had a job at a preschool, I would probably be miserable. Not necessarily because I hate kids. Like, if I handle a kid one at a time, like, I'm fine with that. I can handle one kid at a time, but, like, a whole class of them, like, I would get so fucking overwhelmed. I'd be like, oh my god. Yeah, this is the day 2 investigation. You want nap time back? Is there a single person who didn't take nap time for granted? I remember as a kid, I didn't take nap time. I would, like, put my head on the desk. I wouldn't do anything. I wouldn't fall asleep, though. Also, hi, welcome to the stream. Let's see if we can investigate anything else in here. I've got no other leads. That's the door we just came in through. Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out. Feels guilty for hating nap time. I think we all did. Don't feel guilty about it. We all did. We all took it for granted. Now it's like I would do anything to get that sleep time. Wonder what would happen if Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside. Let's hope he remembers we're in here. Anything else? I mean, that was new. It wasn't anything helpful, but it was new. I don't think so. I don't think there's anything new. Hint? Yeah, go for it, otherwise we're gonna be here forever. This is already a 6-hour stream. I am so ready to just be done with the investigation. Been to the prosecutor's office. I believe so. We'll try, though. He's still not here. Do you want me to present to... I've presented everything to her. There's no prosecutor in the prosecutor's office currently. It's definitely somewhere I gotta present. Can I get anything out of you, Marshall? Go back to the locker room and investigate something with fingerprints. Alright. Fingerprints. How would I go about finding fingerprints? Well, this isn't gonna help us. This is for blood. The hint is fingerprints. Do you know anything about fingerprints, Gumshoe? So this is the only locker we can... The only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest model. There's a trick to the handles, see? The handles? On the other side of the handles is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it... We got this dialogue already. But we did see his locker open. Examined one of these before, why not again? Find it suspicious that his locker was the one with blood on it. Not that I think Gumshoe would do it, but it's a bit odd. That was the locker that opened. Look, this red one's open, and the red indicator light is on.
Well, it'd be hard to get the kit open again if we closed it.
It's invisible unless you do something specific. Could be the spray. I have to do something very specific. That's the specific thing. I think. I knew it! This is someone's right handprint!
What?
Oh, what's the matter, detective?
This locker, it's mine.
It's yours?
Please, you have to help me. When they come to take me away, promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals?
This is an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans.
Count on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police.
What? But you're a detective.
Hey, look, pal. Is something you needed to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to give them my report for the day. It might help, you know.
Report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems?
Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him.
Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe?
I'm off, pal. Later.
Alright, well thank you for kind of guiding me through that. I did a terrible job of following, but we got there eventually. I did not mean for the stream to go past 6 hours, and I still don't know how far we are in this investigation, but it's fine. If we go into like 7 hours, though, that will be insane. Okay. Here we go.
Oh, yes, my apologies.
Oh, it's you?
Have we met somewhere?
Huh?
Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave. So long.
Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand.
Right.
Is the hotel bringing him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry?
I am.
By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking for you.
Yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems.
Really? Was it helpful?
Apparently a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me, somehow.
The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Alright, Edgeworth. So, how did the inquiry committee go?
Actually, they decided to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation.
Concealing evidence?
Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again.
Again?
I've heard them say that so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago.
Are you okay for the trial tomorrow?
Well, I'm still the prosecuting attorney. However,
something happened?
They gave control of the investigation over to the police department.
The police department?
Yes. Any further investigation for this case will be directed by Chief of Police Gant. I can do nothing but wait for his results.
I see.
Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've only done what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still...
Oh, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Surprisingly, you still have to go. You still have a bit to go. A few segments with Edgeworth and one other errand. Got it.
I know you. You probably got a hold of some information already, right?
It all has to do with that case you were on, the SL9 incident. And some dark suspicion you were wrapped up in.
You are the man who revived the worst memory of my life. I figured I'd be telling you about this sooner or later.
He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth,
Why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. The SL9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of investigation was the deputy chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coot was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was my top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was, nervous.
Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth?
What I want to know is why a deputy chief of police was on the investigation. In truth, I had used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed.
Wait, you didn't...
Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. P.S. Love the user. You mean my username? Thank you. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, but thank you. Alright. Anything else we can present to him? Oh, wait! You are on this. Alright, I better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the evidence occurred, or incident occurred. Yes, that's true.
Why, Mr. Edgeworth?
Please, don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. By Chief Gant, no less.
The chief of police?
He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here.
Can I ask what kind of case it was?
I can't say. It really has nothing to do with this current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I'd better make a note of it. Stubborn as always, I told you this has nothing to do with the current case. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something.
My sister? What?
If you were still studying forensic science?
Huh? Yeah, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this.
Luminal testing fluid, Oh, well then. You might have a use for this.
Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints.
It's been chemically treated for better adhesion.
For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know.
I've no say in today's investigation. Do as you will. Edgeworth, no need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprints files for everyone involved.
Thanks.
How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well?
Alright, we could give those to Gumshoe. Well, let's get to going. One last investigation.
Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere.
That wasn't here. That's... Also, Angel's gone.
Which is fine by me. I don't have to waste my time with her.
No offense, Miss Angel, but we have not gotten anywhere with each other in the past hour.
Oh, there's no one around, really. Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint.
Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker.
Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed.
Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger.
Finger?
Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print.
I really can't tell a difference at a glance.
Quit procrastinating and choose a finger.
Why is everyone so bad at keeping crime scenes locked up? I said it before, no one is good at their job in this game except Phoenix. And he's like accidentally good at it. I'm gonna choose the thumb. I feel like the thumb is the easiest.
Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done.
Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes.
First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around.
Huh? How do you do that?
With the A button, see?
Ah, it looks like that did the trick. What the fuck is an A button?
The aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. And don't ask too many questions, Mr. Wright. You might not like the answers. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess.
Huh? How do I do that?
With the X button. Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake, see? Wow, that looks like fun. Might take some getting used to, though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. Something tells me this does not help. I think I'd better try one of the other fingerprints. Okay, let's move on to a different finger. Maybe the... You know, I don't actually know the difference between the index finger and the ring finger. Isn't the ring finger... No, wait. Listen, I'm an English major. Science is not my field at all, so I'm allowed to not know what the fingers are. Getting something. Index finger is right next to your thumb. That's what I figured. But I wasn't sure. Ring is right next to the pinky. Gotcha. I'm learning so much. See, you can learn so much from Twitch.tv. You need to blow? I have been pressing the blow button. Am I supposed to, like, hold it down? This looks like it'd be the best finger for the job. Hold it down. It's stuck for a second, but then you can move it. I mean, the problem is I put too much fucking powder. Also, see you, man. Thanks for chilling. Or we try a different finger. Why not? Wait a second. Aha! You did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who must have left this fingerprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker room again closely. It seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprint as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. That looks like one. I see what you have to do. Whoa. Wait, what do you mean try another one? That was so fucking clear. Phoenix, use your eyes. Open them up. Falling asleep at the wheel, my man. That could... Oh my god. Also, that is absolutely destroying. Oh my god. Holy shit. I didn't realize that was destroying the capture unit. What the fuck? I just have a black screen from now. I don't have Reggie up. Capture card does not like fingerprints. Specifically that one. The other ones weren't a problem.
Phoenix, I don't know what to tell you, but I could quite possibly not make this finger any, like, any clearer. Like, I'm sorry, Mr. Phoenix Wright, but there's quite possibly no way I could make this any more clear. Stop moving on to another finger. That is such a clear thing. I literally don't know what you want me to do, game. That could not be, like, any more clear as a fingerprint. Like, excuse me, I'm not, like, a forensic scientist or anything, but, like, that looks like a fingerprint to me. I don't think there's any possible way you could make that look more like a fingerprint. Oh, dust it off. Dust it off. What the fuck am I supposed to do? They won't register it as a fingerprint. This is literally the clearest fingerprint you can imagine. And they are just like, no. Literally have no idea what I could do to make this any more clear. Do you guys have any ideas? This is baffling. I am making, like, the most clear fingerprint imaginable. What the fuck do you want me to do? I'm literally baffled right now. Like, I'm at a loss. I'm doing exactly what the game wants me to, and it's not giving me anything. Does anyone have any idea what we can do here? I've tried pressing every button. I've dusted this as much as I possibly can. I quite literally cannot think of a single reason this isn't working. Can't remember. We're getting nowhere here. Are you sure that's the only extra fingerprint? I guess I could try for another. I don't see any other one, though. Yeah, that's the only one. Yeah, that's quite literally the only one we can do. I am at a loss here. You know, usually there's something I can figure out. I have no fucking clue. What is the solution here? Oh. No. What? Oh, now it's clear. Now it's fucking clear. Yay, a print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling. Anyways, this print took a lot of effort to find. You're telling me. Let's match it up right away. So we're not done yet. This is quite a progress. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person you think has left these prints. How am I supposed to know who it was? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So, whose fingerprints would we most likely find in this evidence locker? Oh, that's Gumshoe. Okay. Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. Emma Sky, that took so fucking long. That part is kinda glitchy. Ugh. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Well, at least I know I'm not crazy there. And this is where we got a luminoid fluid reaction, right? Right, there was a handprint here. Okay, wanna try using this? There go her eyes sparkling again. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away. Oh, away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Stop accidentally opening my attorney's badge. Would you say that the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Oh. Brace your eyes. No. I gotta do this shit again. Motherfucker. Alright, I dusted it. Leave me alone. Do you want me to make it more clear, fucker? I will make it as fucking clear as you need it to be. Oh, thank God. Jake Marshall. Hey. Okay. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's gotta be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma, this is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. The luminol reaction and blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh! So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped blood stain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Whew, that was one hell of an investigation period.
Alright. I need to take a fucking break. Oh my god, I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. This is my second longest stream ever. What the fuck? Why did I stream this long? Why would I do this? Who did this? LMFAO, who did this? But I put this here mostly because I wasn't 100% sure if I was gonna do Ace Attorney again tomorrow. I don't think I am. I think I'm gonna go for Half-Life. I think I'm gonna go Half-Life. We'll continue Half-Life 1 blind. And then over the weekend we're going to be doing the Splatfests. So look forward to that. I don't have too much to say because it is this has been a very, very long stream. I do not like doing streams past midnight. But here we are anyways. Oh my god. Christ, I literally did not mean to go this long. But thank you for sticking with me this whole time. I appreciate it. It's nice. But yeah, we'll update that real quick. Have it say Half-Life. You can see me make typos because there's a wire in the way. Okay, next time we'll be doing more Half-Life, so look forward to that. And yeah, see you then. Hope you all have a wonderful night and take care. Bye.